Good morning. Happy Monday to everyone. I welcome you all to the hearing of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee on a Monday morning, and at which we have our first testifier before us, Secretary Beckham. I want to welcome you to the Finance Committee, and I also just want to note for the record that we have invited you here before us today on the day of the men's basketball championship. We are wearing blue. Some of us are wearing more direct UConn paraphernalia. So let's hope that this brings the state good fortune, and that means that the hearing will be over by 9 o'clock tonight. So with that, is Senator Fonfara with us? No. Representative Cheeseman, any opening comments?
No, just yes, a word to the sports gods is not amiss, and I look forward to hearing from Secretary Beckham and all our other speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Welcome, Secretary Beckham, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Representative Horn, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. I'm here to testify on a couple of bills, Senate Bill 980, which is our proposed bond act, and Senate Bill 981, which is the governor's tax cut bill. I have a rare privilege this morning, something that very few secretaries of OPM have ever had. I get to ask for your support for what would be the largest legislative tax cut package in the history of our state. Let's just take a moment to let that sink in. We are very fortunate to have arrived at the place we are today. We have just completed 4 straight years of state budget surpluses, and we project that the current fiscal year we will see the 5th straight surplus. In this fortunate time, we've been able to direct almost $6 billion towards our state's unfunded liabilities. Savings to the budget that are attributable to those historic deposits amount to hundreds of millions of dollars for decades to come. Credit where it's due, this is the result of the bipartisan, legislatively initiated fiscal guardrails from the 2017 Budget Act. My compliments to the authors of that historic document, one of whom is the Senate chair of this committee. Considering the state's strong financial position, the governor believes it is time for broad-based tax relief for Connecticut's residents. The calibration of the proposed tax cuts reflects the governor's desire to provide meaningful and sustainable middle-class tax relief while maintaining overall budgetary discipline. In addition, by targeting relief towards working families and the middle class, these tax cuts should enhance the equity already inherent in our Connecticut's progressive tax code. My testimony provides additional detail as to the progressivity of our income tax law. I had several exchanges with members of this committee on that topic when I appeared here in February. For additional illustration, please note the charts in my testimony. On page 2 of my testimony, we have a chart there describing the effective tax rate by adjusted gross income for joint filers with 2 dependents. As you can see, we have a steeply progressive tax. The first several cohorts of income actually start off negative. It's a negative effective tax rate for those taxpayers because it's refundable. The earned income tax credit is actually a payment that the state makes to those taxpayers if they file both the federal and state EITC. As you can see, it goes up from there, but the governor's proposal in the blue bars will lower those rates, lower that effective tax rate, lower that burden for those people in those cohorts. But at the upper end, it remains the same. So an already steeply progressive tax code is made even more progressive by the governor's proposal. On the next page of my testimony, you'll see a chart which describes current law in terms of who pays. You'll note that on the left, the bar is by adjusted gross income. So the 50% of the taxpayers are at about $46,000 adjusted gross income or less. The next cohort, 25%, goes up to about $98,000 in terms of adjusted gross income, and then from there it goes through the top end of our taxpayers. If you look at those particular cohorts, start at the top 1% pays, as you can see on the right side, 34% of our income tax. 1%, the top 1% pays more than a third already of our state income tax. If you take the top 25%, you can see they pay 83.6% of our income tax. This is current law. We have a steeply progressive income tax. The vast majority of it is paid by people at the top 25%. So as a state, we need to be mindful of the competitive marketplace in which we operate. 9 of our sister states have no income tax at all. So we need to keep in mind who pays our income tax, and we need to retain those citizens in our state. The governor's proposing to reduce the state's income tax by lowering the 5% rate to 4.5% and the 3% rate to 2%. This would represent the first income tax rate reductions in almost 30 years. The governor's proposal permanently increases the state's refundable earned income tax credit from 30.5 to 40%. Taken together, the income tax relief proposed by the governor would amount to about 75% of those dollars flowing to filers earning less than $150,000. We provided the attribution tables in our earlier PowerPoint. It's on our website. I think it's been submitted to the committee as well. You can see who benefits and to what extent from the governor's proposal. A couple of other proposals I'll highlight that's in the package. The governor proposes to restore the personal income tax credit for pass-through entity taxes paid to the state. This will benefit about 125,000 business entities, saving those owners about $60 million annually. I'll note that since that tax is one of our volatility cap revenues, only about $12 million will be the impact to the general fund. The balance of the impact there will be to the budget reserve deposits. We also will be making that tax optional to pay the PET or to pay the personal income tax, which is something that every other state that has a pass-through entity tax allows. So favorable to those taxpayers, correcting what we think was perhaps an unjust revenue maneuver that was done several years ago just to bring in revenue. Represents basically a double taxation to the extent that you reduce that 93% credit. So we are correcting that in a time when we have the revenues to do it. We're trying to make that tax a little more rational and a little more as it was originally drafted and intended to work. I want to draw your attention to some of the corporation business tax credits we're proposing. We are doubling the existing corporate human capital investment tax credit from 5 to 10% to encourage companies to invest in workforce training. And we are increasing the tax credit for childcare from 5% to 25%, indicating how important that issue is to the administration. We want to encourage the private sector to do more in that area as well. We have a fact sheet that accompanies my testimony on all of the revenue initiatives. I'll just move to the bond bill quickly. I just want to draw your attention. We've talked a lot this year about housing. The proposed capital budget has $300 million in each year of the biennium for housing. That represents a doubling of the housing commitment in the capital budget over the current year. Thousands of new additional units of both affordable and workforce housing are expected to be enabled by this capital budget. We expect to also leverage an estimated $860 million in non-state sources. The answer in housing is not all on the state. It's also, we want to leverage some private investment as well. So getting everyone involved in providing more both workforce housing and affordable housing. As well, the popular time to own program comes in for an additional $50 million in each year. That's providing forgivable down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. I'll conclude my remarks and let you all ask whatever questions you'd like. I respectfully request that you support these bills, and I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Secretary Beckham, and a speedy delivery too. Sorry, no. I will I'll kick us off with a couple of questions. I'm certain there are plenty. I guess so. Trying to figure out which area to start in. But I guess I'll ask the proposal to effectively eliminate the pass-through entity tax. And you mentioned that this was an unjust tax that was effectively creating a double taxation. And I just wanted to sort of clarify that a little bit, sort of the distinction between C corporations, which pay a corporate tax, and pass-through entities, which if with this proposal will essentially pay no.
That's not true.
Okay.
Nope.
Then please.
We're taking when we adopted the pass-through entity tax, they pay a pass-through entity tax. It's 6.9%, 6.99%. It's the same as the top rate for the personal income tax. We give a credit though to members of that business entity who get income from it. They then pay income tax on their piece. So we give them a 6.99% credit because the entity's already paid tax once. we don't want them to pay twice. So that's why we originally gave them a 6.99% credit. The legislature a year after that, to raise revenue, dropped that credit by down to whatever it is now, the 87%. It's about a 5% additional a tax credit that they cannot now use. So they're now paying an extra tax, 5% in effect, on that portion of their income from the entity that's already been taxed.
Thank you. I understand that. My question is more sort of, and this is one of the incentives inherent in our tax code overall, that essentially a C Corp pays, in a way, double layers of taxation. They pay it at the corporate level, and then they pay it as shareholders and employees, whereas a pass-through entity pays it once. And so I think that there is inherent incentive in our tax code to encourage the use of pass-through entities, because there isn't that double layer of taxation. With your currently there sort of is, because we've taken a little cut out of that tax. So I asked that question really as a clarifying thing, because I think it has implications across the board in terms of how we apply tax credits to pass-through entity corporations or just to C corporations. So I just wanted to, I guess I wanted to push back a little bit against the point that it is the implication of your remark was that there was some sort of unfair level of double taxation for a pass-through entity as opposed to a C Corp. And I just wanted to make clear that that is not the case. Am I correct?
I wasn't comparing C Corps to PETs. I was simply saying that when we designed the PET, there was a rational basis for the 6.99% credit. It was revenue neutral in terms of the total amount of income being taxed there. When we went the following year and dropped the credit, it was sort of a bait and switch. Now you're paying double where they weren't before. That was the only point I was making.
Thank you. And then I guess broadly, and I appreciate the detailed testimony you've provided here and elsewhere throughout since the governor has presented his budget proposal. But in terms of, for example, looking at the progressivity of Connecticut's tax code, do you look only at the personal income tax, or is it more appropriate to look more fully at the full, tax experienced by Connecticut residents?
I think that's a fair look too. The context here is the income tax, because that's the proposal we're making. But I think it's certainly a perfectly reasonable public policy question and discussion to look at all of our taxes in terms of progressivity.
Okay. I'll limit myself to 2 at the moment, and look to pass the baton to, I'm sure, the good ranking Representative Cheeseman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Beckham. Now, we're going to hear from a number of people later this morning, I know, who are going to argue that this proposal from the governor, because it does not include an extension of the child tax credit, does not do what it should. Can you address that? Because I know certainly on my side, we felt a broad-based income tax relief was the best way to help all residents of Connecticut, but I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond.
Sure. Well, for one thing, the EITC is effectively a child tax credit. Something like 90% at the federal level of the recipients of the EITC are households with children. So effectively, we are, and of course, the broad-based tax cut includes folks with children. So they're covered. We just think we should have a broad-based relief that everyone participates in.
Thank you. I see that the governor reduces the transfer from the tobacco fund from 12 million to 6 million. Again, I know there are going to be a number of people there who say this is a negative move, that we are not basically spending the money in the manner for which it was intended, which is tobacco cessation and education. So I'd like to have you respond to that, please.
Well, I have a couple of responses to that. The tobacco settlement funds from the litigation in the 1990s, the attorneys general of the United States, the ones who participated, did so because the states themselves had put out quite a bit of money to deal with healthcare costs related to smoking. It was to reimburse the states for what the states had to pay for smokers who got ill, both in terms of Medicaid and in terms of their own state employees through their health plans. So it was there was nothing in the settlement that said it had to be then used for tobacco cessation and prevention programs. It's a nice to have. It's something that people have advocated for, and we can appreciate that. But that's not what the settlement was for. We haven't spent anything on that in about the last 6 years. That program was inactive. Back in the last administration, they discontinued it, I guess, for budget reasons. What we've done is we've, at the direction of the General Assembly last year, you did do a revenue transfer of $12 million from the general fund to the tobacco trust fund. The board that spends that money had also become inactive, so new members had to be appointed. We appointed all the executive branch members. We've recently gotten some, but not all, of the legislative appointees. I think we have a bare quorum at the moment, but we don't have the entire board. We still need some legislative appointees to that board. The 12 million you diverted last year has not been spent because that board hasn't been stood up yet. They have not yet met. We'd like to get them to meet and begin to work on that. With the 6 million we allocate in the budget for this year and for next year,
Let me make this.
it's unspent. Effectively, the board will have about 24 million over the next 2 years to spend. So we think that's a reasonable outcome.
Okay, and final question, maintain the current treatment of bond premium for debt service. I guess we were now looking at the bond premium, which in itself is some feel is a questionable practice to pay for projects going forward, but this delays that start. And can you just explain
Sure.
that to me, please?
Well, it lets us reduce debt service. It reduces the debt service line item. So it's sort of picking your poison. You can reduce the rate at which you accrue new debt by using the bond premium to pay for projects, or you can pay down some of your existing debt that's out there. Since we have so much, we're one of the most bonded indebted states in the union. We took the judgment that the next couple of years, we should extend that for a couple more years and try to pay down that debt service before we spend money on new projects. That said, we have a very robust capital budget that will will authorize about 1.5 billion over the next 2 years in both the transportation side and the GO side. So plenty of money there for projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Ranking Member. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Secretary. Thank you for coming. I think I was one of the first ones on my feet when the governor gave his budget address. So I'm really supportive of that middle class tax cut. But with the bond, in respect to the bond package, there was a program that kind of hit me by surprise last term. It was the Community Investment Fund. Is OPM have any general or specific comments on an oversight or a way of vetting the specific line items in that fund? Or
Certainly. Yes, we've had 2 rounds of CIF funding. The way that works is communities make application to DECD. DECD vets them. They have a staff that vets those projects. The committee that makes the decisions is chaired by the presiding officers of both houses. We have membership on the committee as well. It's a joint, sort of an unprecedented joint executive and legislative body. It was a new idea in 2021. It was initiated by the legislature, but we thought it was a good idea, and it's worked pretty well so far. We've had 2 rounds. We had a round last fall. If you've read the bond agenda for this week, the second round is up this week, and it's worked pretty well.
thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. And good morning to you, Mr. Beckham. I 2 brief questions. One, I know that it kind of dovetails off of what Representative Cheeseman had just talked about, but the effective elimination of the state income tax for individuals filing, they're making under $50,000 a year, in my opinion, as you mentioned, is a tax reduction and somewhat of a rebate for folks, especially those that are lower income that have families. Could you talk briefly about the correlation between the child tax credit and that elimination of that tax, and what this child tax credit as it is being proposed would cost us? I know there's some estimates that last year it cost upwards of over 125 million. And if it's increased, it could be upwards over 200 million, which is then would be picked up by the rest of the taxpayers, which, as you just spoke about, might not be so fair. So could you just talk about the correlation between the two and how eliminating the state income tax for under 50,000 a year could in effect achieve this goal without, you know, implementing or extending this child tax credit?
Well, the fiscal note on the earned income tax credit, a rate change that we propose to make permanent is 44 million per year, 44.6. You're right. Last year's tax credit, it was one time. It was about 120, I think, for the effort for that for the year. We've noted that the earned income tax credit, at least at the federal level, their experience is something like 90% of the families who benefit are families with children in that lower income cohort. So there's considerable overlap. As well, families who have kids who are above that cohort are also getting a benefit from the state, from the governor's proposed broad-based middle-class tax cut. So we like tax relief for all families, including those with children.
Thank you. And thank you for that. So 120 million a year, and that was a $250 per child up to $750. If that's increased to $600 per child, we could be upwards of $500 million annually to try to fund this program, which, you know, in my opinion, you may share the same view as me, would be a large increase for those that don't qualify for this program, which I would consider unfair. So I think that the route that the governor has taken, the route that you've been advocating for is much more fiscally sound and is more broad-based as opposed to targeting just this one child tax credit. My second question is about the bonding. And I know the governor, which I agreed with, had said we were going to go on a debt diet, and we tried to adhere to that the last couple of years. I know we reduced our debt by about 7.5% last year, which was great. And are we still on track to reduce our debt this year, or have we, because I know we're one of the most indebted states in the country per person. So are we on track to reduce our debt this year, or are we still upwards of I think it's 88 billion in debt?
Well, the part of that, I believe, is that's not just GO bonds. That includes the pensions as well. Yeah, well, we're definitely on track to do the pension reduction. We're going to have another waterfall, next year. So that will come down. We still, however, in terms of our general bonded indebtedness, both on the STO and the not the STO, that's revenue bonds, but on the GO side, we're one of the highest in the country. And we continue to have high debt service costs. And we look at that all the time. We calibrate our rate of issuance every year to make sure we don't get out of whack and get too further behind. We're trying to pay it as we go along. I don't have an up-to-date figure on the rate at which we're bringing that down, but to the extent that we're bringing down the pension portion, we are working on that for sure.
Thank you so much. That concludes my questions. I'll just end with a brief comment that I appreciate the work that you're doing. Your presentation at last month's meeting was very informative, and I agree. We need to have broad-based tax relief in Connecticut because the fact is that the states that are growing are the states that are more tax friendly. The states that are experiencing population decline are the ones that are more expensive to live, work, and raise a family in. So the goal of this committee and the goal of this legislature should be to make Connecticut more competitive with our surrounding states and with our states that are doing better than us. And I believe that your goals, your points that you've made achieve that goal. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next online, Senator Maroney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Secretary Beckham. I have some questions about the child care tax credit. My first question is, does this apply only to corporate taxes, or does it also apply to the pass-through entity tax?
It's a corporation business tax credit. It's for C Corps.
Okay. So, as we know, the majority of smaller businesses are LLCs or pass-through entities. So I didn't know if there were any thoughts on how to expand childcare for the smaller businesses, which employ the majority of Connecticut residents. But my second question is, I'm assuming that this is designed to piggyback on the federal 45F tax credit, which there was a GAO report in February of 2022 on why that has such low uptake for that tax credit. But in that tax credit, there are differential credit amounts if you're building your own facility versus contracting with existing facilities? Does the 25% tax credit apply regardless of whether a corporation were to build their own new facility or contract with existing facilities?
It applies to expenses that they incur for either of those.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Claritas DeChia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I'd like you to give some explanation to the tobacco settlement fund and the reduction. The CDC recommends that 22 point, give or take 7 million that we should be using in the state of Connecticut. I know we have a bill in public health that is asking to increase that. So I'd just like to know the thoughts behind why we're keeping that, we're reducing it substantially to what the CDC recommends.
So we haven't made any expenditures out of that fund in about 6 years. Last year, you did do a revenue transfer of 12 million to for the benefit of that fund. That fund is expended by a board, which was also inactive for 6 years and had to be stood back up. We made last summer and fall the executive branch appointments to that board. We do not yet have all the legislative appointments to that board. When we get a full board and they call a meeting, they can start spending the 12 million. 12 million hasn't been spent. So with the 6 million we're proposing for this year and next, it's about 24 million they'll have available to them over the next 2 years.
No, and I understand that the inactivity of the board. So hoping that it will be functioning now within the next few months and they'll start using those funds. But moving forward, we'd like to see that 22.7 million in there that the CDC did recommend that we have. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fonfera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Morning, sir.
Good to see you. I was intrigued by your comments earlier regarding the pass-through entity tax, and I forget exactly how you described it, that the legislature chose to, I guess, raise revenue by limiting the amount of the credit. Can you explain to the committee what the legislature did prior to that, the year prior, in terms of the pass-through entity tax?
So in response to the changes at the federal level, the limitations that were placed on deductions for state and local taxes, there was an initiative here to create a pass-through entity tax to allow those businesses that were paying under the personal income tax who are now not going to be able to take advantage of that deduction at the federal level, to give them a way to get some more favorable tax treatment. So they could treat the entity's income under a separate tax at 6.9, but also get that credit. So if you're a member of the entity and you get income from it, the idea was you shouldn't have to pay on that income twice. The entity is paid the first 6.99. You should pay on your portion of it, the 93.01. By dropping that credit, you now subjected about another 5 percentage points of that individual member's income to tax, which represents a kind of double taxation. So we thought in a year in which we have the money to do so, we should go back to how the tax was originally envisioned, make it revenue neutral in terms of the income so that the member pays on a portion of it and the entity pays on a portion of it, but that the member doesn't pay twice on that 5 percentage point portion.
I understand the rationale that you're presenting, but in terms of helping the committee understand what was done, I believe it was in 2018, proposed by the then governor and supported by the legislature, was in reaction to what?
Well, I was not at OPM in 2018, so I'm not sure I can speak to what they had in mind in terms of what their intent was or what.
Was it not in reaction to the federal changes in the tax code?
Yes, that's what I just said, that in response to the limitation on state and local tax deduction that the then administration had gotten through the Congress. It was in response to that.
So in fact, the legislature chose to provide a benefit that if it had not otherwise, pass-through entities would have to pay more because no longer could they deduct that.
That's right.
So if we as a legislature chose to provide a benefit that we did not have to do, but felt it was of value to our businesses. So if we give, I'm forgetting exactly what we cut the credit to. Do you remember, do you know how much we save businesses by doing that?
I don't have that.
I think the number is about $270 million.
Told that's roughly accurate. Yes.
And do you know, or anyone else in your staff knows how much well, you do know what the credit that you want to restore fully results in.
That's a $60 million savings.
So 270 to 60, that's a pretty good deal, I think. I mean, I think most people, most businesses would say, I'll take that deal. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Seeing no further questions, thank you again, as always, for being with us this morning. Next up, we have Representative Candelora, the Minority Leader. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Horn, Chairman Fanfara, Ranking Member Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 981, the governor's tax revenue package. Just wanted to point out a couple of issues. My testimony has been submitted and you could take a look at it. But essentially, what I support, and I think many members of my caucus support, is this targeted tax relief, broad-based on the income tax for our lower income payers. When we put the caps in place in 2017, it wasn't just about balancing our budget and paying down our unfunded liabilities. I think we recognize that Connecticut has the dubious distinction of being one of the highest tax burden states in the country. And this is a way long-term to try to change that. And as we're seeing that the money is continuing to be put into our pensions, I don't think we know yet actuarially how much we've benefited from that. The one thing I could say is we've yet to sort of pass that structural change down to our residents. And I think this is an opportunity to do it. And so by lowering the income tax, it's a way to sort of almost reverse progressive tax, rather than raising it on the higher end, which isn't needed in a year of a surplus. Lowering it on the lower end, I think has that same effect. The other piece I think that's very important to look at is the pass-through entity tax. We heard today this discussion of when it was put in place, and all of us can't forget, it was put in place when the SALT caps were put in place by the federal government. What this pass-through entity tax is doing is it's not providing a tax benefit for businesses in Connecticut per se, but it's preventing them from having to pay more federal tax revenue for the government. So every federal government. So every time we reduce this cap, a large portion, the big beneficiary of that is the federal government. It's not the state of Connecticut. And so I would suggest that we would look elsewhere if we are interested in getting revenue than adjusting that cap. And I think we should be returning it to 93%. Not just because of the double taxation, but structurally, C corporations aren't subject to the SALT cap. So they get to deduct all their taxes. LLCs are subject to it. So your tax expenditures are capped at $10,000. Connecticut was the first in the country to pass this pass-through entity tax. There are 30 other states now that I think have adopted it. And so it puts us in the position of not penalizing businesses because of the federal tax code. And I think it gives Connecticut a competitive advantage for LLCs because they will come here and not look to other states that have a more beneficial tax structure. So it really isn't about benefiting businesses for our tax code. I think it's protecting our businesses from the impact of the federal caps that were put in place. So I really encourage everybody to wrap your head around it, try to understand it, and restore that cap. I've heard from many businesses. I think when this bill was put in by our caucus 2 years ago, the only people we heard from was the CPA, the head of the CPA Association. And this really germinated from them because they file all the taxes for individuals and businesses in Connecticut. And they were really hearing about the impact of this tax. It's not good for economic growth in Connecticut, and it's unfairly hurting our residents because of what the federal government did, not because of what anyone here did. It's also, the SALT cap is going to expire in 2025. So this may be all moot in 2 years. So I think over the next 2 years for $12 million annually, I think we should restore it and just do no harm and see what happens in 2025 if that SALT cap remains. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Good to see you here today, Representative Candelora. And thank you for that quite articulate explanation of the pass-through entity tax and why we have it. I think one of the things we talk about constantly is tax fairness. And certainly from your explanation, it appears we're just treating our smaller businesses as fairly as we do when they deal with the federal government as the larger corporation. So thank you. I know we have lots of discussions about keeping Connecticut competitive and comparing us to our neighboring states in terms of tax policy. And I know you and I have had a lot of discussions about Connecticut and our neighboring state, Massachusetts, and some of the things Massachusetts does. Are there any particular examples of things Massachusetts does in their tax code? Because certainly they had seemed to have created quite a robust business climate that you think we should emulate here.
Well, I think as you and I have discussed in the past, I think one of the things that Massachusetts does with the caps that they have in place is they require a dedicated portion of their surplus to go toward tax relief. And I think it's something that we need to keep an eye on to keep a balance. When you think about, we are in the last 5 years putting over $8 billion into our pension fund, which is a laudable goal given where it is structurally. We also, the Appropriations Committee last week just approved additional hero pay of about 50 million because the arbitrator found that we have an ability to pay. And so we are seeing a little bit more of robust benefits for our state workers. And while that's not necessarily a bad thing, we can't forget about the taxpayers in Connecticut. They've only been impacted by inflation over the last 2 years. I think that we should be making sure that we proportionately devote some of our surplus to them. And in the past, it was done 2 years ago, but I think we have an opportunity for structural change. I think tax credits are temporary, something that will make a structural difference for people that could plan in their lives. Maybe they'll buy that home, because the mortgage numbers will work for them if we're freeing up $600 a year in taxes. And so that Massachusetts has built that discipline in place. We might want to take a look at that same type of discipline.
And thank you. I would welcome further discussions on that. I would love to see something statutorily that says in the same way that we've dedicated the volatility cap money to paying down pension debt, to savings that we make on those reduced pension payments have to be dedicated to either income tax relief or sending back to municipalities so they can lower their property taxes. As you say, I am constantly approached by constituents who talk about our record surpluses, but how are they benefiting? So I think these tax cuts are a good first step. But like you, I'd love to see in statute a requirement that as we have surpluses in future, some of that does go to providing tax relief to our residents. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. I wanted to follow up on again, the conversation about the pass-through entity tax. And you noted in your testimony that you had as Representative Cheatham said, log an articulate reason for why you would like to, you support the governor's proposal here. But you also noted that we should look elsewhere for revenue. This obviously is revenue, as a revenue loss for us. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to any thoughts on where we should look to for that revenue to
Yeah, I mean, I think at this time, we don't need more revenue. We're talking about a $12 million hit to our revenue stream right now. And so there's surpluses in these years. And I think in part because of the caps. It would be nice for us to be in a position to never to have to look for additional revenue, raise taxes. We could just keep reducing if we keep this trajectory of paying the pension debt down and encouraging the economic growth in Connecticut. And I am hopeful that we are trending in that direction. And so I just suggest, let's devote that money toward reducing this cap. Let's look and see how much economic growth might come out of it. Because as I said, the economic engine, the job drivers in the state have complained to me the most about this change. And frankly, I think a lot of us don't really understand it. I mean, it makes my head hurt every time I look at it and try to figure it out. And so it's something that's a bit more complicated, and I think has a more negative impact than any benefit it would have.
Thank you. I certainly join you that it is a nice conversation to be having about how we proceed to cut taxes, and a refreshing one. Seeing no other questions, thank you again for joining us.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just texted.
Senator Needleman. Sorry, just not quite.
Yeah.
Senator Needleman, the floor is yours. You are on mute, however, Senator.
Well,
There we
I
go.
tried to unmute, but I didn't. I'm getting to that point where the buttons all look alike. Anyway, good morning, and thank you for calling on me. Just when we did the reduction in the deduction for the pass-through entity tax, actually had somebody run a lot of numbers for me, and people like me that own pass-through entities greatly benefited when Connecticut had the forethought to actually do this for businesses, because many more businesses now are S corps than C corps, and most family businesses tend to be S corps. So this was a great thing that as the federal government sought to really penalize states that had income taxes. As they tried to do that, we were very creative, and as you could see, many states have followed suit. That said, a couple of years later, we were a little short on money, so we changed the deduction from the 92% to 87 or whatever it was, and it seemed like it wouldn't matter that much. To somebody like me, I still got the benefit of Connecticut's creative thinking. I just got a little bit less of the benefit. What accidentally seemed to have happened based on a review by accountants was that there were a group of very small business owners in the state of Connecticut that would have been exempt from state income tax altogether. And it actually cost them money by doing what we did. So although I certainly support going back to the 92.5%, if we can do that, another fix for this, that's sort of a compromise solution, is to say no one should pay the greater of the tax that was due as ordinary income, or get the benefit of the pass-through entity tax. It's just that those people who would not have been subject to pass-through entity tax actually not subject to ordinary income tax actually lost money by doing what we did. And I think it was an accidental collateral impact. And that was something that was easily fixed. And I think we can still fix it if we don't want to go all this way. But generally speaking, I think that this is a good proposal. It makes it cleaner. It's what other states are doing, and I support it. So just wanted to give you the perspective from somebody who owns pass-through entities and how I looked at it. But I did ask actually my accountants to do a sort of thorough review about who would get hurt by what we did and who wouldn't, and think that at least helping those very small businesses that it's costing them, probably on average less than $1,000 a year. But if you're a very small business, that's a lot of money. And we want to make sure that people don't get hurt by legislation like this that were originally intended to help people. So, and businesses. Thank you.
And just to add that to that point, if I may, Madam Chair, I think part of the reason why that happens is because the businesses are paying the quarterlies at 6.99. They're required to pay that money. So at the end of the year, if the credit doesn't match what they've paid, that's where that differential comes in, and businesses could end up owing money that otherwise wouldn't owe it. And I think when we adjusted downward, that made it even worse.
Thank you for answering the question.
Yeah,
I
I
tried.
agree with the minority leader on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Candelora. Seeing no further questions, wish you, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Representative Cheeseman, for the second time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for recognizing me for the second time. And I believe to Senator Needleman's point, the governor's proposal does make this optional now. So ideally, those businesses who didn't wish to participate would be held harmless. And just following up on the finding new revenue, it follows, and I think I'm taking from my good Senate chair, more successful businesses who have more of their money to invest and hire more workers will de facto create more revenue without creating new taxes. Would you agree with that premise?
Absolutely. And I think this proposal is attempting to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, representatives. Actually seeing no further questions. Thank you, Representative Candelora.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and we represent approximately 118 smaller communities throughout the state. And I just wanted to testify on Senate Bill 980, the bond package. We do appreciate the governor's and this committee's ongoing support for a wide range of bond funding programs that provide critical sources of aid to our municipalities, including the local capital improvement program, local bridge program, open space and watershed grant program, and also funding for brownfields remediation, recreational trails, greenways, et cetera. Much appreciated. So thank you for your support. I did want to highlight today a couple of programs that we feel could benefit from additional funding. First of all, the local bridge program, which provides funding of $10 million per year to assist municipalities in upgrading and repairing local bridges and culverts. We met earlier this session with the Connecticut Department of Transportation because we had heard from many municipalities that they were shut out of funding for the last go around of applications. And what they indicated was that last year they received 55 applications totaling more than $123 million. And that given the limited funding available, they were only available to fund 12 projects, or roughly 22% of the applications received. So the concern is that if Connecticut DOT receives no additional applications, and they just reopened the window for fiscal year 24, if they receive no additional applications, which is very unlikely, that the projects that were not funded in 2022 may face a 5-year wait. So we do feel it's important to begin to address this funding gap. And we have been doing a great job, I must point out, in this state of repairing our state and local bridges. We've dropped the number of bridges that are considered in poor condition significantly. But I think we need to continue that trend. We are seeing that the cost of the construction to repair local bridges and culverts has increased significantly. So that should be taken into account as well. On the Small Town Economic Assistance Program, I have had ongoing conversations with the Office of Policy and Management, and they did point out that on April
30
6th,
seconds.
the bond commission is going to be releasing some unallocated funding. And just very quickly, on the local capital improvement program, we have a number of towns in the southeastern, northwestern portion of the state. I'm sure others that would like to see some funding under LoSiP set aside to remove trees that are diseased and decayed due to emerald ash borer drought periods, and also the gypsy moth and other insect infestations. So there is a bill that was approved in the
You've
Environment
reached 3 minutes.
Committee.
Please summarize.
which addresses this. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. I will take you up on your invitation to allow you to finish that last point, which I think is very important for a lot of the towns that I represent. So please
Thank you,
explain about the funding for
Representative.
trees.
There is a bill that would provide a limited window where towns can use some LoSiP funding that is dedicated for tree removal to assist them in addressing this. I know we have some small towns, for example, Barkhamsted, that are budgeting $50,000 for this and would benefit from some state assistance or just the flexibility. I will clarify that under existing law, the LoSiP funding can be used for tree removal because this has been an issue for the last several years. But what hasn't happened is any dedicated funding to assist municipalities for that. And given the kinds of projects that they have, road projects, water, sewer lines, et cetera, that can be funded through LoSiP, there just hasn't been sufficient funding for the tree removal.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I got kicked off Zoom for a moment, so I'll thank my good rankings assistants here. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gar, for your testimony. I completely agree with you with respect to the local bridge program that we've been administering for the last number of years. It's done an incredible job helping to address the backlog of structurally deficient bridges that we have across the state. And I do believe it's time for us to increase the allocation in that regard, recognizing the serious state that so many of our local bridges find themselves in. My only concern with your testimony today is with respect to the last point that you made. I agree with you. I agree with you that there's a certain need across the entirety of the state to address disease, trees that present problems on and near our roadways. The criteria that we would utilize for specifically dedicated revenue source internal to LoSiP, though, I do question whether or not that's the appropriate account for us to be administering a more robust program, and perhaps may need an allocation outside of LoSiP, because we do have, like you mentioned, significant amount of the backlog of roads that need consistent repairs and upgrades, and whether or not forcing us to find an allocation internal to that limited funding pool is the right approach is where I disagree with you. I think maybe we need to seek an appropriation tool outside of LoSiP or outside of our STO obligations for that cost. So I agree with you on the need. I agree with you that there's a certain obligation that the state could help local communities meet when it comes to removing dead and diseased trees. I just question whether or not it's internal to LoSiP or STO more broadly. So that's my only concern with your testimony today. And I again wanted to say thank you and well heard on the first point with respect to the local bridge grant program. Thanks again, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. And I should point out, we're not wedded to the idea that this should be funded through LoSiP. We're just looking for funding, and under current law, it is permitted to be used. The LoSiP funding is permitted to be used for this. So again, we're happy to address funding in a different venue as well.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Good to see you today, Betsy. In our presentation last week from the Department of Transportation, there was an extensive discussion of the new federal funding available, and particularly one with regard to bridges and two, the culvert repair. Have you had discussions with DOT about how that federal funding may play into what you see as a real shortfall in our ability to repair these?
The federal funding has been enormously helpful. So there are two programs that municipalities can apply for. It's the federal local bridge program and the state local bridge program. My understanding is that the state local bridge program is for smaller bridges. And so that's why there's that delineation.
Okay, and I know that, again, there's significant funding for culvert repair in the federal piece, so I think it's, there appear to be ways to make this happen. So thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you, Betsy, for being with us. Next up, we have Lori Pasqualini, followed by Lisa Tepper Bates. Is Lori with us?
Yes.
Oh,
Good
great.
morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am the Chief Financial Officer for Ability Beyond. We provide residential day program and employment services to residents of Connecticut, funded through the Departments of Mental Health, Department of Developmental Disabilities, Social Services, and Disability and Aging Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state of Connecticut. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million for grants and aid each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. Unprecedented inflation, a care force crisis, and increasing demand for services continues to create tremendous operational and financial challenges for our organization, leaving limited dollars available for capital projects. This has been an issue for over the past 2 decades. The funding has been happening since 2013, but the past couple of years we have not gotten funding. It's particularly needed these coming years, and I would argue needs to be increased beyond the 25 million, given the cost of construction and equipment that is required and that would be purchased. Capital projects help us lower our administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain our high quality services. Our organization, as well as other nonprofits, are a critical, valuable safety net to some of Connecticut's residents, most vulnerable residents, and we really need these funds. Decades of flat funding for nonprofits makes capital investments hard. Many of the facilities that we own were purchased in the 1980s are in desperate need of renovations to improve efficiency and energy conservation, as well as installing materials that are minimize maintenance costs going forward and help us keep our operating costs down. All of the programs that Ability Beyond operates are funded through the state of Connecticut. So making these investments. Just want to finally say, we really would like you to pass this and if at all possible, increase the amount going to the fund. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
And thank you for being with us this morning. Seeing no questions, Lisa Tepper Bates.
Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am Lisa Tepper Bates, President and CEO of United Way of Connecticut, and I'm here today on behalf of our 15 local United Ways to speak in favor of increasing the state earned income tax credit to 40% of the federal credit. The EITC, as I hope you know, is a powerful way to support our lowest income working families. Research demonstrates that low-income households consistently use these funds to offset the cost of past due debts like utility bills, to meet basic needs, and to improve the housing, healthcare, and nutrition of their families. In Connecticut, however, the federal income cap for the EITC is simply too low to support a large percentage of families in our state who struggle to make ends meet. A family in Connecticut with 2 children must earn less than $56,500 to qualify for the earned income tax credit, which is far short of what a family needs here to support a family. For this reason, we support implementation of a permanent, fully refundable child tax credit of $600 per child as an important complement to the enhanced state EITC. Raising a child in Connecticut is more expensive than almost anywhere else in the country, and Connecticut families' budgets are further stretched due to a substantial reduction in federal benefits. And just to recap what families will not get at the federal level this year, the enhanced federal child tax credit is now expired. That's a loss of up to $1,600 per child for eligible families. The enhanced federal child and dependent care credit means a loss of up to $5,900 for those eligible families. And the end of enhanced SNAP benefits means a loss of $95 a month to nearly 370,000 people living in Connecticut. Without these federal benefits that many households had last year, they will see their federal refunds shrink considerably this year. And that's money they were counting on to offset the costs of living in our great state. We know that you can't act in a way to offset the entirety of that loss of federal benefits.
30
but
seconds.
You can, in fact, act to prioritize families and to introduce a permanent child tax credit in Connecticut. And that's our ask to you, to take that as a priority and to make that child tax credit this year permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder whether you could, so this morning, obviously, Secretary Beckham made presentation on the governor's package, sort of making, and I'm very simplifying here, but that the earned income tax credit, in addition to the rate changes to the personal income tax, effectively addressed the issue that you just noted, which is that the EITC only applies to those of relatively low income, and that the tax credit would actually step in and help those and that together they achieve help for, moderate income families. I wonder whether you could, I think you take a different position on that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but prefer a child tax credit to the latter part of that program. I wonder whether you could comment on the difference between how those two proposals work.
Thank you for that question. And Representative, it's an important question. And, as a committee, you have a difficult role in deciding how to prioritize. So I would say, simply put, the child tax credit very specifically targets families and puts more money back into their bank accounts, into their wallets to pay bills. They will benefit more from a child tax credit that targets them than they will benefit from the broad-based tax refund, tax cut, which will spread that same amount of money over a much wider group of residents. So it's really a matter of how you prioritize where you are going to use that additional bandwidth in the budget. And I know you're going to hear still today from Patrick O'Brien, who's an economist and has done much more detailed analysis of what those trade-offs mean and how that distribution happens. But for our part, as the United Way system, and together with our coalition of a number of other nonprofits who have all taken the same position, we're asking you to prioritize families and to use that additional bandwidth in the budget to very specifically target those families who we believe really most need the support.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you this morning, Lisa. I'm going to push back a bit on this, in that if we look at the number of families in Connecticut with children, I believe we're looking at something like 30%. So we have 70% of the population for which this is not an issue, including in an aging population, a lot of seniors, a lot of singles. And again, in the issue of fairness, and as someone with grandchildren in the state who raised children here, surely a broad-based relief for all those in need should be the priority. And I'd just like your feedback on that.
So that I think the issue of fairness is a little bit in the eye of the beholder. So it's hard to speak to that. But what I can say is that the broad-based tax cut will certainly sprinkle the money across a very broad population. But I would just flag also for all of you the fact that we have a workforce problem in Connecticut. We need to keep young families here. We need to draw more young families here. Specifically, actually, for the reason that you pointed out, Representative, the demographics of the state are not in our favor when we talk about building a workforce. So I think you can argue that there's a good reason to do more very specifically to benefit those who are of working age. And that, as a rule, tends to be young families. So a permanent child tax credit is an additional tool that you have in your toolbox to say to families, working age people, we do want you to stay here. And we do want you to come here and work here. So it's really, I guess, a question of those decisions.
Thank you. And I guess it's, how are we going to address this? Because again, one of the issues facing anyone living in Connecticut is the cost of housing.
Mm.
So, if we are looking at ways to incentivize young people and people to raise families here, is that money better spent on creating incentivizing employers to support affordable housing? So, we can have this discussion for ages, but I want to thank you for being here today. And I'm sure we're going to hear more interesting testimony on this subject. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions, again, thank you for your advocacy and for being with us today. Next is Amy Blaymore Patterson, who is online, followed by Bright Johnson.
Good afternoon, Representative Horn. There I am. Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Ranking Member Cheeseman, and distinguished leadership and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Many of you I can't see out there, but I appreciate your being here and giving me this opportunity to present testimony today. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. CLCC is the umbrella organization for Connecticut's land conservation community, including its approximately 130 land trusts. In addition to wearing my CLCC hat, I'm also here on behalf of the State Recreation, Natural Heritage, and Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Review Board, for which I serve as co-chair along with Eric Hammerling. CLCC submitted written testimony in support of several sections of the bond package, which would invest in 3 important land conservation programs administered by DEEP. I'm going to use my time here to focus on the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, or OSWA. As you likely know, Connecticut has set a goal of conserving 21% of the state's land base by 2023. Of that 21%, the state's responsible for 10%, land trusts, municipalities, and water companies, which we call the conservation partners, 11%. Since the goal was set in statute in 1998, we have been estimating how many acres are needed to get there. And every year, those estimates rise as the state falls farther behind. It's 2023, and we're not nearly on pace to meet the 21% goal. And to put how far behind we are in perspective, according to CEQ, at the current pace of land conservation, it'll take about 65 years to meet its share of the goal. And based on other back of the envelope calculations, it could take about 80 years for us to meet the overall goal. So with the state being significantly behind, the role of conservation partners is essential, and the OSWA matching grant program is key to those efforts. It's important to note that OSWA also includes the Urban Green and Community Garden Program for targeted and distressed communities. The program has been hugely successful and is the most important source of state funding for the conservation partners. Yet after a robust start, which includes from 1998 to 2001, offering grant rounds twice per year as required by statute, the program went to once a year, and due to lack of funding, DEEP was twice forced to cancel rounds. And I think that was in 2008 and 2011. This unpredictability in funding deters landowners and new applicants from seeking grants out of concern that there will be insufficient funds in the next round, leaving many exceptional projects on the table. So ensuring consistent annual bond funding for OSWA is essential to the success of the program and the state's efforts in meeting its conservation goals. And just one other point. All said, with these challenges come opportunity. We have significant federal funding coming into the state. By making sure that we have consistent funding in the OSWA grant program, we can leverage that federal funding to the greatest degree possible and encourage more land trusts and landowners to come to not only the OSWA program, but the Rec and Natural Heritage Trust program and the Rec Trails program as well. So thank you for this opportunity and for all you do.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Good to see you, Amy, and thanks for testifying today. I wonder if you could tell us, traditionally, I believe the OSWA program has been oversubscribed. You told us a little bit about how they've had to cancel grant rounds because there hasn't been enough funding. Could you just go through some recent grant rounds with respect to OSWA, what the number of applications were, how many grants were awarded, that sort of thing? And please advise on what you think it would take to make the OSWA program whole in terms of dollars.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. And I'll start with the numbers that I often start with, because I think this is the time when we started to lose track. You know, we were off track, I should say, and that's in 2020. In 2020, the agency received 37 applications, which was a record number, and the total project cost was $25 million, of which $7.5 million was available. And I think, you know, looking back on my career with this program, that really was almost like a rock bottom, you know, besides the 2 years that they had to cancel it completely. And so what we like to see is what we're seeing more recently is that in 21, there was $5.5 million awarded to support 29 grants, 3,000 acres. And in that case, there was enough money and to fully fund, and that is 65% for applicants and target and distress get 75%. So we started as we started to infuse that bond money and keep the CIA monies intact, we started to see that funding go back to the levels that it was intended to by the statute. In 2022, there were 18 applications for OSWA, 2 for the Urban Green and Community Garden Program for a total acreage of 1,140, slightly more than last year, which was, I don't have that number, but it was slightly more than last year. And the estimated approved cost, they haven't announced the grants yet, is about $9.5 million. And so the maximum funding would be about $6.2 million. So right now, as we stand, there's money in the account to cover that, but they are also going to announce the next grant round. And I think the benefit of this continual infusion of bonding at a minimum $10 million is that it's one of those, if you bring it, if you have it, they will come, that we will continue to be able to increase demand for the program, leverage those federal sources, and get to the numbers that we need to meet the state goals. And one other point on that to answer your question is, what will it take to get the program whole? I think it's at a minimum, this $10 million each year, so that we can attract those applications. As you know, it's a long game when it comes to land conservation, but it's also to make sure that the Land and Acquisition Management Office has sufficient staff to process those applications. And ideally, we'd like to get back to the statutory mandate of 2 grant rounds a year. And that will take both an investment in bond funding, but also an investment in human resources in that office to make sure that they can process those applications.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate the job you're doing.
Next up, we have Bright Johnson.
Good morning. I'm Bright Johnson, Connecticut Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Last year, both the Public Health and Appropriations Committees unanimously supported bills that called for the restoration of $12 million for tobacco control programs that follow CDC best practices. The first new appropriation of funds for tobacco control in 7 years, and the first time the Appropriations Committee had raised a bill on this issue in 15 years. The legislature's intent was clear, that providing funding was a matter of fairness, equity, and a fulfillment of the intent of the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. Most critically, the funding was in response to an overwhelming need. Tobacco use is responsible for 4,900 deaths in Connecticut each year, which amounts to 13 a day, as well as annually costing the state $2.36 billion in healthcare. Those bills were ultimately folded into the state budget, for which we are immensely grateful, with the $12 million to be available for allocation beginning this month, April of 2023. However, the proposed budget before you today cuts future funding in half before the program has even had time to be implemented. If enacted, these cuts of $6 million of future funding from the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund would be the 84th time the fund has been swept, cut, reduced, or redirected in its 21-year history and directly contradicts the intent of the legislature in 2022 that the 12 million be sustainable and ongoing. We need more of that. We need to ensure communities that have been ravaged by tobacco use have access to programs and services to help people quit and to be able to counteract the 60 million in marketing big tobacco spends annually in Connecticut, largely directed at them. That is why we are requesting the committee increase the dedication of existing tobacco product revenue for tobacco control program funding that follows CDC best practices to 22.7 million. The minimum level recommended by the CDC in Connecticut, and a level we have never met in over 20 years. Continuity of services and programs is essential, as not everyone reacts or benefits the same way from utilizing the various FDA-approved quit methods. Some take longer to be able to quit. Some react better to some therapies, for example, than others. Interruption in services due to fluctuating funding will only exacerbate the problem and reduce the number of people that would benefit. Despite the firmest economic footing in 15 years, Connecticut is once again failing us by inadequately funding proven strategies intended to reverse an entirely preventable problem by helping adults quit and preventing kids from ever starting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I wonder whether you could put a little detail in the kind of programming that might be lost and if we contemplate the cut that's in the proposal before us.
Absolutely. So the CDC has for decades had a number of best practices available that they strongly recommend that we follow, because they have resulted in proven success and proven reductions in the number of people that smoke and reductions in the number of kids beginning to smoke. And these practices include state and community interventions, mass outreach programs, counter marketing to counteract what big tobacco spends, and also education programs across the spectrum to alert people that these programs exist, that these services are out there. We have seen statistics where upwards of 70% of people that smoke want to quit. 45% of them make an attempt to quit, but only 5% of those are successful in a given year. And part of that is because, quite frankly, people don't know where to turn. People don't know what programs are out there, don't know what services are out there. So all of this funding goes in part to help educate people to the programs, make them available to people, and hopefully people will take advantage of them and be successful.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, again, also thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Sana Shaw. Yes, there we go. Who I believe is testifying with Patrick O'Brien. Welcome.
Dear Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien, who will be available to answer any questions. We are testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children in support of SB 981, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget and offer changes to strengthen the legislation that targets support to families. For the purposes of time, I'm reading in a truncated version of our submitted testimony. We commend the governor for prioritizing important legislation that will increase progressivity in our tax system and provide much needed tax relief for residents in our state. In dollar terms, SB 981 would primarily benefit low and middle income families, and in terms of effective tax rates, would generally reduce taxes for low and middle income families over high income and wealthy families. Specifically, we estimate in a recent report that the governor's three major tax proposals, increasing the Connecticut EITC, reducing the Connecticut personal income tax, and increasing the Connecticut pass-through entity tax credit, would cost $557 million a year, and about $422 million, or 76% of the tax cut, would go to low and middle income families and about 135 million or 24% would go to high income and wealthy families. This legislation could be strengthened by establishing ceilings to target support to low and middle income families. With these parameters, this proposal would free up an estimated 135 million to establish a permanent, fully refundable child tax credit in addition to the other proposals included in this bill. However, the legislature could keep the broad-based Connecticut personal income tax cut as the governor proposed, in addition to funding a permanent Connecticut child tax credit, as well as other needed public investment. This is possible if policymakers revisit the tax revenue restrictions, eliminate or reduce Connecticut's tax gap, and/or eliminate or reduce Connecticut's high-cost, high-growth expenditure programs, 6 of which alone could free up 770 million a year. That said, sticking with the merits of SB 981, we suggest, in order to maximize tax relief for Connecticut families who need it the most, that the committee increase the Connecticut EITC from 30.5% to 40%, reduce the Connecticut personal income tax by lowering the 3% bracket to 2% and the 5% bracket to 4.5%, but adjust the tax recapture provisions so that the tax cut is phased out for single filers making more than 100,000 and married tax filers making more than 200,000. Increase the Connecticut pass-through entity tax from 87.5% to 93.1%, but phase out the increased tax credit for single filers making more than 100,000 and married tax filers making more than 200,000. And last but not least, use the estimated 135 million in revenue freed up from the above changes to establish a permanent, fully refundable state level child tax credit of 250 per child up to 3 children, which is estimated to cost 125 million a year if limited to single tax filers making up to 100,000 and married tax filers making up to 200,000. While we are disappointed that SB 981 does not include other progressive revenue measures like the ones previously mentioned and that were included in our December 2022 tax and budget report, Connecticut Voices urges the committee to consider these measures and pass a reform version of SB 981 and act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget and at least incorporate the creation of a state level child tax credit. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your expediency. One of the items that you mentioned in the sort of, revenue portion of your testimony, revenue positive portion of the testimony, is tax gap. Do you have thoughts on how Connecticut can do a better job closing the tax gap?
Thank you for the question. Yes, in recent reports, we estimate that the tax gap is potentially $2.6 billion, but that should just be considered a starting estimate. That's based on taking the size of the federal tax gap for the federal income tax gap and applying those percentages to our state income tax. And we make the case of why we think that's a reasonable starting point based essentially on the decline of auditors in the DRS, the type of income sources that we have in Connecticut. So if you take that, you apply that to Connecticut as a starting estimate, it'd be $2.6 billion. It may or may not be possible to close all of that, but for example, if you closed it by 20-25%, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. The DRS itself has also confirmed that for each auditor that they hire, they bring in about $2 million a year. And yet we have lots of vacancies at the DRS. So that's essentially free money sitting on the table there that, we can make an effort to use to fund this. And we also have lots of other different revenue raising ideas that we propose.
In your view, do you think the state has enough information about the nature of the tax gap in order to take concrete action? Or is there more data that we ought to be gathering to help us close that?
I think a starting point would be to ask the DRS basically to provide a report, a study on what they estimate the tax gap to be and the resources that they need to close that. So one of the issues with coming up with that estimate is essentially there's very little information at the state level. So I'm largely working with IRS analysis and thinking about approaching it from a federal level and then taking that research and applying it to Connecticut, but there's really just a lack of information. I know when this is brought up, for example, to the DRS in past testimonies, they'll reference, for example, I think a sales tax gap study from 10 years ago or something. when we give that $2.6 billion estimate, we're talking just solely about the income tax alone. So the state tax gap could be substantially larger, but for the income tax alone, we're, as a starting estimate, we say it could be potentially $2.6 billion. And the reason why we focus on the income tax is because at the state level, at least, that's the largest tax overall. And we think that the tax gap basically is primarily benefiting high income and wealthy tax filers. And this is due because there are two key reasons for why you have a tax gap to begin with, as the IRS explains. One is essentially the source of income, the type of income that you have. So if you're a wage earner, you're not really going to have a tax gap. There's third-party reporting. Everyone knows what everyone makes. It's for what the IRS refers to as these opaque income sources. So rental income, proprietor income, those type of things where you misreporting, the IRS estimates can be as high as 55%. And so if you take the sources of income, and I should also add to that, Connecticut has above average, we have above average percentage of those opaque income sources is what contributes to our overall income in the state. So you can check that box that we have the opaque income sources. And then the other component then is if there's a misreporting of income, you only catch that essentially with auditing. And the problem at the federal level has been the decline of auditors at the IRS, and you see a similar process at place with the DRS and the decline of their staff. So those two components interacting, we think, is a strong case that we have a substantial income tax gap in Connecticut. And the one other thing I'd add is the DRS essentially acknowledged as much with the last budget, where they proposed to increase funding for 5 officials at the DRS with increased software. All of this in total was going to be a little over $1 million. And they estimated that it would bring in $40 million. So when you break that down, there was almost a $35 return for each dollar spent. And so the question, I guess, that you could pose to the DRS is, well, if you spend $1 million and you bring in $40 million, what happens if you spend $10 million, $20 million? How high can this go? So a starting point would be, what resources do they need, and are they able to estimate this? And this would be something that you could potentially do as a standalone report or with the tax incidence report itself, because we've also shown that there's a relationship between these two things. If you have a substantial tax gap, it's likely that our tax incidence report is actually understating the unfairness of our tax system.
Thank you. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. O'Brien and Ms. Shaw, for your great testimony this morning. My question centers on your proposal for an expanded child tax credit here in Connecticut. I know at the end of, at the beginning of January of last year, the expanded federal tax credit expired, and as a result, what was supposed to be a transformative tax relief program at the federal level for working families across the U.S. and certainly in Connecticut in the last year. Obviously now with federal tax return season upon us, we're really not seeing that level of relief compared to previous years for families with children. Can you speak about why that proposal is so important for this budget cycle?
Sure. So thank you for the question. We published a report last year called The Case for the Connecticut Child Tax Credit, and we did a 50-state analysis, essentially looking what are other states doing. And we came to the simple conclusion that we are the only high cost of living state in the US with an independent income tax that doesn't adjust for family size or childcare expenses. And I know sometimes it's said that the EITC is a child tax credit in a way for low-income families. That's true to an extent, but that analysis that we did excluded even other states that had the EITC, because lots of other states also have EITC. So we looked at other states with independent income taxes, and do they have components, either a credit, a dependent exemption, or a child and dependent care credit, and do those adjust for the high cost of raising children, which again, we estimate at about $17,000 a year. And Connecticut was the only high cost of living state that basically had an independent income tax that didn't adjust. And the qualifier there was high cost of living state because it essentially was us and Pennsylvania. And even Pennsylvania recently has added a child independent care credit. So you could remove the high cost of living state qualifier, and we are the only state with an independent income tax that does not adjust for the cost of raising a child. And this is important because everyone understands the idea of tax fairness of, for example, if you're a family making $1 million a year, you should have a higher effective tax rate than a family making $100,000 a year, because a family making $1 million a year has a greater ability to pay. But the same dynamic operates too at families with families at the same income level. So if you're making $100,000 a year and you have no children, you have a greater ability to pay taxes than a family making $100,000 a year raising 2 children, each of which costs an average of $17,000 a year to raise in that state. So you want to see basically tax fairness across the income distribution when you're looking at the income level, as it increases, but you also want to see it adjust at any specific given income level. And the reason that the EITC, why it's very important, but it's not sufficient, is because, for example, if you're making $65,000 a year, you don't qualify for the EITC. If you have 2 or 3 children, that's a really expensive burden in the state, and you're just not getting the EITC. And other states are basically addressing for this issue. And as we also showed in the report, it's so bad in some cases that you can be paying more in the federal income tax, or I'm sorry, you're paying more in the Connecticut state income tax than some people are paying in the federal income tax, because the federal income tax actually takes into account adjusting for the high cost of raising children.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you here both today. And I just want to follow on that Connecticut does not adjust for family size when it comes to its tax code. And again, looking at our neighboring states, I know Massachusetts offers $1,000 deduction per child. In the absence of the child tax credit, are changes like that to our tax codes one that you would embrace as we look at this fuller picture?
So there are multiple different ways. I haven't looked at Massachusetts in particular. I know that they've added changes recently. In our report, we looked, for example, at New York. And so New York has a dependent exemption. So they're reducing tax liability in that way. Then they have a child tax credit. So they're reducing liability that way. And they have a child independent care tax credit. So specifically, you're paying for childcare expenses. So they're adjusting in 3 different ways. So sometimes too, it's not just that, looking at other states that have child tax credits, it's also they can adjust in different ways. So some of these states are doing a whole host of things, and Connecticut, we're an outlier in not adjusting, in any way. And as we showed in a recent report that we published last week, you could fund this child tax credit without increasing the overall size of the governor's tax proposal at all. This is not something like if the $550 million is essentially an acceptable amount for tax cut this year, you could include a child tax credit in that and do the other 3 major tax cuts that the governor's proposing, all of which is possible if you just introduce income ceilings. And I think it's also important to add that there hasn't been a discussion so far about the income distribution of the pass-through entity tax credit. And so far that's just been discussed as, working for small businesses, and the focus on targeting has been on the EITC and on the personal income tax cut, but you can do an income distributional analysis for the pass-through entity tax credit as well. I'm happy to talk about that. I'm going a little off your question, but I want to throw that out there of we're putting the idea out there, but we're not also just putting it out there without saying how you could fund this, which is obviously important.
Thank you. And I know, again, I believe in prior testimony, we talked about things like indexing our tax brackets to inflation, because I think that's an important goal as we look at this going forward. And just a quick question on the audits. I know looking at IRS data, and because our DRS doesn't have that data, there seemed to be a disproportionate amount when you do increase those audits of targeting both lower income individuals and people owning businesses and farms. And I'm concerned going forward, as opposed to getting those true people who should be paying tax, that energy may be devoted to, in effect, low-hanging fruit. And I wonder if you could address that, because I think there are few words that strike more fear into the heart of anyone. Is the IRS, and we're here to audit you, or you get a letter from DRS. So could you address that? Because I do think that's a concern as we look at this going forward.
Sure. I'd actually like to address both components of your comments. So first, let me just start off with inflation indexing. So, it's been mentioned here that we have a highly progressive income tax. That's due in large part to a high exemption, but that phases out. It's due to the tax brackets, and it's due as well to the personal tax credit. But none of those components are indexed to inflation. And so the progressive, that's going to, if we don't inflation index our income tax, basically this is going to start to become an increasing tax burden on low income families. So that's going to have an effect there. So inflation indexing is very closely tied to the effectiveness over time of the progressivity of our income tax. As far as for the question for the auditing, so what the IRS does, they release data books each year, and you can see auditing levels by income level. So they tell you the overall number and the percentage, and you can track this over time. So we showed, for example, in our December report, or who were the tax filers that essentially benefited the most from the decline of auditing. It was largely high income tax filers. And so I would recommend that if the DRS is charged with, increasing auditing, hiring, more auditors to do this, part of a tax gap analysis would essentially be to include in that what is the auditing rate overall, and also broken down by income level, so we can see who is getting auditing and how is that changing over time. And policymakers then could obviously also target it, saying, hire, X amount of auditors and, focus on those with the highest rate of return. And that's these high income individuals that have opaque income sources. So, I mean, there's a strong rationale to actually target like the DRS auditing at specific income groups.
Thank you. And I appreciate your testimony here. It's always good to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Seems like afternoon. So I listen to your testimony every year, or several times a year sometimes. I appreciate it. Today, I hear your support for a child tax credit, for increasing the EITC, to reducing tax rates in the governor's budget, support of that. You mentioned about the tax gap. But I don't, other than your support for returning the pet tax credit to the full 93%. I don't hear anything about how we generate the revenue to pay for all of this from you. And you're very detailed, Dr. O'Brien, in your work. It's not like you're throwing something against the wall. You do a lot of homework. Your organization is known for that. And as far as I'm concerned, the best way to generate revenue to pay for these things is a working person. Why is that? They pay income tax, they pay sales tax, they pay utility tax, which is not small. We complain about high electricity rates in this state. Take a look at what we tax a customer, a utility customer, in terms of what we take from them. And then gasoline tax is more, but those, I'll leave it at that. And so helping to grow our economy, instead of just how to divide up the pie as it exists, seems to me to be an advantage for an advocacy organization like yours. But I don't hear that. I don't hear, with all the research that you do, proposing how we can grow that pie, which would then allow us to do a lot more things that I think you would want us to do, including the tax gap.
So thank you for the question. So I would say a couple different things. So we proposed multiple ways of raising revenue to do a much bigger reform of the tax system and to increase spending and do a whole host of things. We put forward those ideas. Part of what we're trying to emphasize here is people want to do those things and just want to spend $550 million a year. It is possible to fund a fully refundable child tax rebate credit for $125 million simply by creating income ceilings. And just, for example, with the pass-through entity tax credit, we estimate that 77% of that is going to go to tax filers that make more than $500,000 a year, and that more than 50% of that is going to go to tax filers that make more than $2 million a year. So this is overwhelmingly going to high income and wealthy families. And so, for example, if we want to support small businesses, that's fine. And you could create an income ceiling of saying you can get the increased pass-through entity tax credit if you make up to $100,000 a year if you're a single tax filer, $200,000 a year if you're a married tax filer. So that would be, a way of actually funding this. So we put forward an idea, a proposal that entirely funds what the governor wants to do and the child tax credit, it just has income ceilings in place. To get to your point about growing the economy, those two things are directly related. So economic growth is 70% based on consumer spending, and the people that are going to spend the most are low and middle income families. And they not only spend a greater percentage of their income, they're most likely to spend it quickly and in the state. They're not, they don't have properties in other states. So this idea of having a fair tax system and growing the economy are very closely related. There's obviously other ways to go about doing this, but as the finance committee, we're focused on tax policy here, but we also talk about tax policy in relationship, to the economy. So if you're giving an EITC expansion, if you're giving a child tax credit to families, they're going to spend that quickly and they're going to spend it in the state, and that's going to help the states grow, and that will also help businesses. So we see a direct correlation between our progressive tax proposals and economic growth in the state.
Okay, I don't disagree that our tax structure is regressive, but that doesn't get to the point of growing the pie, growing the economy. And we want higher income earners here. And we want them buying things. We want them to hire people if they have a business. We educate better than, as well as any in the country. And I mean, I don't know about where you live or where you spend your time, but I don't see too many cranes in the air in Connecticut. Go to Boston, go to other places, and there's plenty of cranes. Our economy's not growing. We're not hiring the people that we educate as well as we should be. We're in some cases, in many cases, inviting them to take the investment we made in them. $10 billion a year in property taxes are raised. About 80% of that goes to education. We have some of the best higher education institutions in the country. And then we give them a ticket out. And so I wish you were coming here in your advocacy, which I support those issues you've advocated for here today. But the other side of that is growing revenue. And why are we talking about these things today? Because our revenue picture is brighter. How long that will be, what our horizon on that is, that's questionable. And we ought to be mindful of that before we embark on commitments that in a year or two we have to retract. That's not good policy, in my opinion. So it's not a question. It's just maybe more of a frustration. Yeah, we are the finance committee. I know there's another committee that it's cognizant speaks more directly, but we can't do much with finance if we don't have revenue. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Martin.
Thank you. So I've been listening to your comments as well. I have a question regarding, and it seems to me your analysis has everything to do with the redistribution of wealth. And I understand that. Does any of your analysis look at the investment side as to the economic impact of those that earn $100,000, and you stated that those that earn $100,000 we should be redistributing some of their taxes or their income, I'm just going to say wealth, to those with lesser incomes, specifically those with who qualify perhaps for the EITC. So I get your analysis, I truly do, and I understand we should be making as fair as possible for everyone. My question is, does any of your analysis look into that $100,000 individual who's earning that money and what they do with their money and how they reinvest it compared to what you said about those who would benefit from the increase in EITC and them spending it? And because you did say that, that the state would improve, I guess, economically because of their spending. I'm just curious. I've heard you a couple times and I had not yet heard anything about the investment side of this.
It is a great question. So thank you for that. So I would say we do not have an a broader economic analysis. I would love such an analysis. This is something I think that the state itself should release. One of the things that we were doing in the absence of data was, for example, there was no distributional analysis of the governor's tax proposal. We had the overall cost, and we had a couple examples of, a family at this amount might get $600 and a family at this amount might get $300, and a couple analyses for the EITC, but there was no systematic distributional analysis of who is actually benefiting from this. So one of the things that we wanted to do was actually go and put forward, that analysis as a starting point. You could obviously, that analysis could be built upon to show what the broader economic impacts are. And some of the examples that we're using is because we know from economic research what the fiscal multipliers are of different types of tax policies. And so you can see what the impact that could be. So it's often talked about, if you increase for each dollar increase in the EITC, it might return, for example, $1.38 or so on. But we don't have a Connecticut specific analysis, but I think that's something that the state should definitely do. To get to your other point of thinking about redistribution, there are three types of tax, when you talk about redistribution of wealth and so on, there are three types of tax systems. There is a regressive tax system where low and middle income families pay a higher percentage of their income in taxes than high income and wealthy families. There's a proportional tax system where everybody essentially has the same effective tax rate measured as a percentage of their income. And then there's a progressive or fair tax system where low and middle income families are paying a smaller percentage of their income compared to high income and wealthy families. Right now, we have a regressive or unfair tax system. So to the extent that there's a redistribution of income in the state, it's having the opposite effect. Our tax system exacerbates income inequality. We've showed this in multiple reports. When you compare the typical low income or middle income family to the wealthy family before taxes, it's a high level of inequality. We actually have the third highest level of any state in the US. And then when you compare the pre and the post-tax system, those tax dynamics are actually worse. The wealthy families have an even greater level of income compared to low middle income families. So, if we want to have a conversation about redistribution of income, right now, our tax system is making it, is exacerbating income inequality. It's also exacerbating racial and ethnic income gaps. So to the extent that we're calling for fair tax proposals, we want to stop that current unfairness that we have that's increasing income inequality in the state. And we think that's important just from a tax fairness perspective overall to help families make ends meet, but it also obviously has good economic benefits because, as I pointed out, low and middle income families are going to spend a higher percentage of their income on necessities. They spend it quickly and they'll spend it in the state. So we see a strong relationship between tax policy and economic policy. But I would love for the state to provide detailed distributional analysis of all tax policies, because you can't really have a meaningful conversation about tax policy if you don't have a detailed distribution analysis. We've attempted to fill in that part of the missing data, but a next step would obviously be like an economic impact analysis.
Thank you. The debate could go on all day here, but I just have one additional question for you. Have you ever employed anybody? Or have you ever run a business?
It would depend how. So technically, I've been I've been a sole proprietor, and that's actually the most common form of business in the state is people who work for themselves. And notably, also when we talk about small businesses benefiting from the pass-through entity tax credit, sole proprietors don't actually benefit from the pass-through entity tax and the pass-through entity tax credit. So, in myself, as an example, as a sole proprietor, in some cases, as a small business, would not have benefited from it. proposal.
Have you had more than 10 employees,
I have not.
20 employees, 30 employees? Have you paid taxes on taxes on equipment?
Now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Zuppis.
Thank you. Actually, Senator Martin went down the road I was going to go down. I agree with Senator Fanfara as well. And so I'm not going to reiterate what Senator Martin just did, because I was interested if you'd had ever employed people and be responsible for their livelihood and their families. It is very difficult and very weighing on businesses because you are responsible for people. So did you mention what the income caps you were talking about? I missed it if you did.
We didn't mention here. It's in the report. So what we did, we picked, so it's $100,000 for single filers as well as married filing separately, $150,000 for head of household filers, and $200,000 for married filing jointly, which we often just refer to as married. That encompasses 85% of all tax filers in the state.
Because as I look in my district probably falls a little above that, and then they would have to pay the whole boat. And so I get, my district is very blue collar. And we have people in my district that might possibly benefit from this, but probably would be doing all the paying.
No, so just to be clear, that's an income ceiling. So anybody below that is getting the tax. So that's
understood.
Okay.
Yes. But my district, probably people make a little more than that, and then they would be held accountable to pay. So when we talk about income distribution and all these things, my district struggles. I get calls all the time where people are struggling, and all they do, as you said, is try to pay their bills, work to do maybe a little something on a weekend, take their kids to a movie possibly, or these things. And so my district struggles kind of on the opposite end of what you're talking about. They're certainly not the wealthy people by any stretch of the imagination, but they're the ones that are working just to make ends meet. And this would be affecting them tremendously. So I do struggle with that. I see this as your comments really is just tax the rich. And I don't think that that is necessarily a good thing, because rich people can afford to leave, and they will leave, and they do leave. And then what happens? So when those people leave, who pays the boat? Who pays that bill for what you're talking about? And then the only other question I had is, when you were referencing low income people pay more than the wealthy, I don't understand that, because I happen to have one friend who was extremely wealthy. I am certainly not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. And he left Connecticut and his family, and they have a farm in New York, and they moved to Florida. And I don't see us replacing that tax money that he took with him. And so I do struggle with people that, you know, these people that make $2 million or whatever it is that you want them to pay. They could leave, and I would leave, because why do I have to pay for it? I get paying your taxes, and I know that this person paid more taxes than I could even imagine paying. So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So if I can respond to a few things there, thank you. So when we say pay more, it's not in dollar terms, it's as a percentage of your income. And so, for example, this is just from the DRS, basically families making up to about $45,000 a year pay nearly 26% of their taxes, have an effective tax rate of about 26%, whereas families making more than $8 million have an effective tax rate of about 6.6%. And as far as then raising revenue, so we put forward multiple proposals. We initially put forward 4 broad approaches to raising revenue, only one of which involved actually raising tax rates. So when we talk about the tax gap, for example, that's not increasing tax rates. That's just an enforcement mechanism to get people to actually pay what they're legally owed to pay. It's not an increase in tax rates. And as far as another approach, for example, we highlighted some of the high cost, high growth tax expenditures in the program, existing tax expenditures. So we lifted up just 6 of the many that exist. And for example, those 6 alone cost $770 million a year. So if you wanted to even, you could get rid of those, raise $770 million, you could cut them in half, raise $300 million. And so to get to your earlier point of, there might be constituents that you represent that aren't going to benefit if you have those income ceilings. You could have the whole program, as the governor proposed, go in place and add a child tax credit and not do those income ceilings if you supplemented it with some of these revenue raising approaches that we've suggested that, again, don't actually involve raising tax rates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you for being with us today. Next
you.
up, we have Evelise Correa, followed by Eric Getty, and then Bob Mara. I think, I don't believe Ms. Correa is with us, so Mr. Getty.
Well, good morning to you all. My name is Eric Getty, here on behalf of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and here to testify on 2 bills today. First one, House Bill 6925 regarding the sales tax. We support this bill, but specifically Section 2 regarding removing the sales tax on personnel training. Just given Connecticut's workforce shortage, this proposal makes a lot of sense. There's about 97,000 open jobs in the state, and about 80% of businesses cannot find the people they need. So we should be doing anything we can to make it less expensive to provide training to workers. Under current law, we impose sales tax on personnel training directly related to the employee's job, but not on training that's indirectly related to the job. This seems backwards, in essence, incentivizing the provision of unnecessary training, and this bill would eliminate and benefit both employees and employers alike. Also here on Senate Bill 981 regarding revenue items to implement the governor's budget. Overall, very supportive of this proposal. Obviously, both legislative chambers already took action to extend the fiscal guardrails. One of the most important initiatives crafted by this committee and originally implemented in 2017, and you should all be commended for supporting the extensions of those protections. Also, can't stress enough how important sections 14 to 20 are that restore the full pass-through entity tax credit. That would put about $60 million back into the hands of 123,000 of Connecticut's smallest businesses. I am a little disappointed, of course, that the temporary corporate surcharge will again be extended on the eve of its sunset, because really at the end of the day, businesses are looking for a predictable and stable environment to make long-term business decisions. So as this committee begins their work on developing its own tax package, we hope you will consider some additional tax relief measures for the business community. Things like allowing the pass-through entities to take advantage of the R&D tax credit, the sales tax proposal in House Bill 6925, the extension of the net operating loss carry forward proposal that was discussed at last week's public hearing, and of course, some additional relief for the state's unemployment trust fund that was absolutely devastated by the pandemic. So in summary, businesses in the state continue to face many challenges, whether it's inflation, supply chain issues, workforce shortages, or the cost of doing business. And we certainly appreciate both Governor Lamont and this committee considering proposals that would provide some relief, and hope you will act on them. And then finally, just want to also voice some support for House Bill 6927. That's also on today's agenda regarding the fixed capital credit. And I know you'll be hearing some testimony very shortly on that, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and morning, Mr. Getty. Thank you for being here. I know you've testified a number of times before this committee, and I always find your testimony to be interesting and usually agree with a lot of what you have to say. I have a just brief statement and one question for you on 981. I too find myself, like the minority leader and others, agreeing with a lot of what the governor's proposed here, mainly because it offers some relief for working families, for families with children, for businesses, and it offers some predictability for Connecticut's future. I was wondering if you could comment briefly on what this elimination of the state income tax for filers under $50,000 a year would mean to the business community. What type of added relief would this mean for people that have some extra money in their pocket, and how your group feels about that?
Yeah. One of the issues, and I think I mentioned it in my testimony, is that, Connecticut is a very expensive place to live, and certainly a very expensive place to run a business. Providing, I think, a little bit of relief for people might help attract more workers to the state. And that's what we really need. As I said, we have 97,000 open jobs in the state. And even if every person on unemployment right now were to take a job, we would still have 20,000 open jobs in this state. So we really need to do more to get people here, whether that's our housing policy, something that CBIA has been supportive of this year, creating more workforce housing. And we really need to start addressing some of these issues. I think it's in Connecticut's interest in the long term to start to address. We have made so much progress on a lot of these state rankings in every category, really, except for cost of living, cost of doing business, and things like that would, I believe, help.
Thank you. And as JFK once said, a rising tide lifts all boats. And for someone making under $50,000 a year, if they can see that relief, that predictability in the state of Connecticut, they may want to come here. For those that are here, they may inject a little bit more money into a local restaurant or a shop or an eatery, which I think have particularly struggled during the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Eric. You don't comment on it in your testimony, but one of the items included in the governor's budget is an increase in the human capital tax credit to encourage businesses to invest in those things like childcare. Could I just like you to weigh in on that? And one, on the premise, and two, do you think it will result in the desired outcome? Because we heard, I believe someone else cited testimony that the federal piece does not generate the return. So if you could comment on that, because obviously childcare is one of the issues that prevents people from showing up for those empty jobs.
Yes, and I was, it's funny because I was weighing as I was writing my testimony whether or not to talk about that, and certainly agree with the premise of the human capital credit. I guess the one thing I would just suggest is that like so much of our tax policy, only corporate entities are able to take advantage of those tax credits. And so if you really wanted to make a significant difference and not leave out that 123,000 pass-through entity businesses that we have in the state, you might also want to allow those entities to be able to take advantage of it and be able to invest in either childcare or creating, I think it allows for the creation of like daycare centers too. So I guess that would just be the one missing piece on that item.
Thank you. And I know one of the, obviously being the tax policy committee, we hear a lot about tax credits and the need for data. Are these credits creating the outcome we want? X amount of tax credits, jobs created or whatever. Would you be averse to new legislation that dictated a reporting requirement in terms of, we're giving you this, what are we getting in return?
Certainly would entertain the idea. Would like to see exactly how extensive that reporting requirement is. I mean, I'm just thinking back just a few years ago, we put in place, and it's set to begin to take effect shortly, some heavy reporting requirements on unemployment data. And we are hearing from businesses that it's quite onerous. There's a lot of information that they would be required to provide on the part of employees, some very sensitive information about employees that employers may not necessarily have. So again, we obviously want tax policy that has a return on investment, that's doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is incentivizing businesses to grow here, hire here, create opportunities for people. So we're certainly open to that in providing data related to that. But obviously, you want to see just how extensive these reporting requirements would be.
Thank you. Yes, that bill to rescind those requirements passed through Commerce, and I hope it gets full attention because I was somewhat horrified by that. And we have heard in our recent highway use tax public hearing about what many business owners are finding in terms of onerous administrative time being used. But I want to thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for weighing in on that. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us. Next up, we have Bob Mara. followed by Scott Roberti. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Martin, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Representative Grisman, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Bob Mara, and I'm here to give testimony and support for raising HB 6923 and providing me with this opportunity to offer testimony in strong support of this act. This act is concerning the sales and use tax on ambulance type motor vehicles. As I said, my name is Bob Mara and I'm Business Operations Manager for Aetna Ambulance Service, employing roughly 170 EMTs and paramedics, responding yearly to over 40,000 calls, emergent and non-emergent. Aetna Ambulance is located in and has proudly served the city of Hartford and surrounding towns for over 75 years. I submitted my full testimony, but to be respectful of everyone's time, I'd like to bring up some key points. House Bill 6923 would provide an exemption for ambulance type motor vehicles and ambulances from the sales and use tax at a time of critical importance for EMS systems. Providers across the state and country have been struggling with issues including rising costs for vehicles and supplies. One major cost associated with providers is that we consistently need to upgrade our vehicle fleet. Under normal circumstances, our company would order 8 to 10 new ambulances per year. Supply chain issues have challenged these timeframes. The timeline for ordering to delivery can stretch into several months, leaving communities without crucial emergency vehicles. As of this date, we are waiting for 17 ambulances that were ordered in November of 2021. This bill would help alleviate some of the financial burden associated with acquiring ambulances, thus enabling us to instead put these costs into our workforce and other expenses. As a bit of a background to an ambulance build out, once a newly ordered bare chassis arrives costing over $50,000 each, it is still not available for service. Before deployment, these vehicles require extensive outfitting and technology to call them an ambulance. This quote conversion process is time consuming and expensive, roughly another $60,000 to create a functional ambulance. At this point, we are not yet done. There's also the cost of medical supplies needed to actually treat a patient. For example, the stretcher, monitor, splints, etc. Not paying a sales tax of 6.35% on both the underlying vehicle cost and the conversion cost would save significant dollars to the providers.
30 seconds.
Aetna Ambulance and our fellow Association of Connecticut Ambulance Providers, ACAP, respectfully urge the committee to pass raised bill HB 6923 by exempting ambulance type motor vehicles and ambulances from the sales and use tax. This bill will provide much needed relief to many of the EMS providers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mara. Could you actually, you identified a couple of different constraints that you're dealing with here. One is, supply chain issues. If we were to extend this credit, it would help you financially, but it obviously would not address the timing disparities that you're dealing with. Is that correct?
No, since COVID began, we have seen obviously a decrease. Normally, we would be purchasing 8 to 10 per year. So no, to your answer question, it would not help with the timing of getting the ambulance, but at the end of the day, we would allow us to assist in what we're seeing right now as areas in the state of Connecticut that are in need of ambulances, and having us give the mutual aid to those areas that those other services can't get their ambulance as well. So subsequently, I think at the end of the day, it allows the overall picture to help the EMS providers throughout the state.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Are you paying taxes on everything from the purchase of the vehicle to making the ambulance itself functional? The lighting, the equipment that goes inside. You talked about the medical supplies. Do you pay taxes on everything?
Correct. Yes, we pay on the chassis and we actually pay on the conversion itself, which say, for instance, the wheelchair vans, which are obviously they're not ambulances, but they do transport sick and disabled people daily. They are not subject to that conversion tax. I think there was a bill or in the general statutes that exempt medical products from being taxed, and that's where the wheelchair vans fall under that. And since I think as of 1981, ambulances were not taxed for the conversion, and then as of 81, they reinstated that tax for ambulance service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for your testimony. And I just want to say that I have great respect, as I'm sure I'm joined unanimously by the committee in terms of the work that you and your colleagues do on our behalf.
Thank you.
But my speech today, or my remarks, are not aimed at your request specifically, but in general. And that is, so many, if not all, of the requests that come here for exemption from the sales tax have great value. And your arguments are sound. But every time we exempt something, and we have exempted many things in the sales tax arena, you know what happens, right? It causes us to have to put pressure to increase this tax on the remaining subjects, which then the cycle begins again, where more folks make the argument, understandably, to be exempted. I think the last time we looked at, if we had spread the sales tax evenly across all potential payers, we'd be down below 4%. A couple of years ago, we exempted the sales and service on boats from 6.35 down to 2.99. Why? Because folks were going to Rhode Island to have their boats repaired because they don't have a sales tax on boat sales and service. At 2.99, I guess that was incentive enough to keep the work done here in Connecticut, and it, from what I understand, been a great benefit to marinas and other facilities that do that repair work. So again, it's not aimed at your request specifically, but as a general rule, the more we exempt, unless we want to get rid of the sales tax, which it's the second largest generator of revenue for us, over $4 billion a year, then it's hard for some of us to separate the request, irrespective of the merits of it, and yours has great merit, from the impact that long-term of, because as you can imagine, we have requests to be exempted from the sales tax every year by various entities. So I thank you for your testimony and appreciate you hearing, at least if not agreeing with the perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think just as one more added, I think that in this time frame we have now with EMS services across the state, everybody's struggling. I think just the idea that people are listening and willing to entertain the idea is extremely helpful, and I appreciate that aspect of it as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Scott Roberti.
Good morning, Chairs, Representative Horn and Senator Fonfara, ranking members, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, and obviously distinguished members of the committee. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 6927, an act concerning an additional tax credit for certain corporations for the investment in fixed capital. We believe this bill updates the current corporation business tax law to allow for corporations which owns pass-through entities like partnerships and flow through investments for certain fixed capital up to the corporate partner in the same manner that income and expenses are included in the CBT return. And by updating this law, Connecticut would bring its corporate business tax in line with other states and compete with new investment, with the added benefit of allowing Connecticut companies that have facilities in other states to push for more investment here. And I would like to focus my testimony on the mechanics, on how the current law works and how the chain would be effectuated. So just in summary, corporations with owned pass-through entities like partnerships are required to file the CBT to flow that income up from partnerships, the income and expense to those from those pass-through entities up to the corporate partner. However, the Department of Revenue Services has indicated that this flow up of income and expense does not include credits. So therefore, that's why we're seeking a statutory change to allow these companies to avail themselves of this credit. So this is the case when a company is required to file. This is even the case when a company is required to file a unitary return, where all companies in the corporate structure are included in a single return. And by not allowing this, it creates a bit of an inequity in the marketplace. So companies that have pure C corporate structures can avail themselves of this credits, and companies with partnerships are unable to. And if we sort of look at business practices over the past 20 years, there's been a trend moving away from the use of corporations to more pass-through limited liability companies, limited partnerships for various business and investment decisions. And if we look at this from a competitive perspective, many states, including our neighboring states of Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey, provide similar type of credits, and they don't have this limitation for the use by partnerships. And I can go even on a more macro basis and look at states like Missouri, Ohio, Colorado, and North Carolina.
30 seconds.
So it just sort of, in summarizing, and you could go back to my written testimony, really to sort of correct this inequity, we would, clearly support the passage of HB 6927. The change proposed in this law would give these corporations that own pass-through entities like partnerships the benefit of the credit. The law provides guardrails, which I think is important, to recapture provisions if this credit is taken and not in accordance with the policy design. So I thank you for your opportunity to testify, and certainly available to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. I have one question. How do you know how big the category of corporations that own pass-through entities is in Connecticut?
Yeah, I don't have the statistic on how many own pass-through entities, and I apologize. I just realized my camera the piece wasn't on during my testimony, but I do not have that data.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thanks for being with us and
you.
sharing your face.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sean Williams with Chris Brown.
Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman. My name is Sean Williams. I am with Airlines for America. We are the trade association of the major passenger and cargo airlines here in the United States. I'm coming to you virtually from Houston, where thousands of other Husky Nation fans and I are about ready to cheer on the Huskies to a national title tonight. So we're excited about that. I'm also joined, as you noted, by Chris Brown from the National Air Carriers Association. We wanted to raise an issue that we raised with the Connecticut Airport Authority a few weeks ago, and we look forward to continuing to work with them on this as we figure out some of the particulars. But we're here today to ask you to consider restructuring and lowering the tax on jet fuel to make it lower and more predictable. Currently on the books is a petroleum products gross receipts tax that is unique in two ways, both in how high it is and also in how it is assessed to airlines. And it's an 8.1% tax on the market rate of fuel, and it can fluctuate wildly with the price of fuel. Just as an example, on January 26th, fuel was $4.29 a gallon, and the tax was 37.8 cents per gallon. And on March 30th, it was $2.66 a gallon, and the tax was 23.4 cents a gallon. So that's a swing of 14 cents per gallon in just 2 months, and that is a huge number for airlines who are operating at Bradley International Airport. Two things I'd like to suggest. One is that we ask you to change the structure of the tax from from this petroleum products gross receipts tax to a flat. Right now we're talking about a 5 cent per gallon tax that's more stable and more predictable, both for the airlines and for the airports. And then, you know, I would just point out to you that Connecticut's very uncompetitive compared to other neighboring states in this area. The state of New York effectively has a half a penny cent per gallon tax, which is a huge difference from the 23.4 cents per gallon that we paid on March 30th. New Jersey effectively has a 0.4 cent per gallon tax. And then many of our surrounding states are much lower as well. I would just note for you that federal law requires aviation fuel tax revenues that were implemented after 1987 to be used for aviation purposes. So this is a little bit unlike what Senator Fonfara was talking about earlier, in that, you know, this is not a general fund hit in any way. And we pay $33 million in various taxes and fees to operate at Connecticut's commercial service airports. So it's not as if, you know, lowering this tax will, you know, lower, you know, what we pay in other areas to operate at the airport. We will still pay all those taxes and fees in order to do that. And so with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chris Brown, and happy to answer any questions after that.
Thanks, Sean. We appreciate it. So we represent the nation's discount carriers, Velo, Breeze, Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country. And this is extremely important to them. Their average one-way fares are about $61. And so their biggest operating costs are fuel and labor. And labor is something that we can't control. We're looking at a national shortage of pilots. So we're seeing our labor costs skyrocket. So that's something beyond our control, which we're trying to address at the federal level. But the fuel tax and other taxes and fees are something within our control, more or less. So that's why we're looking for this proposed change to the Connecticut jet fuel tax, and look forward to answering your questions. Thanks again for your consideration.
Thank you. And just to be clear, your advocacy is, you're listed as neutral on the bill here because you're asking for something to be added to it that's not currently in it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Representative Claire DeStefria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Sean and Chris, for being here today virtually, and go UConn. Hopefully, Sean, you being here will help them, you know, take home the gold, as they say. But a couple questions. My first one is, how will this impact airport funding?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. And I meant to address that earlier. So a jet fuel tax is not even needed at all in order to operate commercial service airports. Our friends at the Connecticut Airport Authority will testify or inform you at some point, and they're not wrong, that this might cause a little bit of a problem for them at the general aviation level. But as far as commercial service airports, the airports that we operate at, you know, we're happy for the $33 million a year that we pay at those airports to go to operate those airports. In fact, I would argue that airports are kind of unique in state government in that, you know, the funds that they generate go to support, they're self-sustaining in the sense that the funds that they generate support the operations of the airports. And it doesn't require a ton of, you know, state subsidies or anything like that. We pay various leases and rents and landing fees, and rental cars pay, you know, parking facilities contribute to the operations of the airport. There are some states that have no tax at all, to be honest with you. Texas is an example of that. North Carolina is an example of that. And yet those two states have very robust both commercial service airports and general aviation airports. In fact, you know, those are two states that are homes to major airline hubs. And so this will certainly reduce funding to the airport, which the airport uses to fund general aviation airports. Those are airports that our members, the airlines and Chris's members, don't use. And so we are, again, happy to pay for the airports that we use. I think we'd have to figure out how to fund general aviation airports. And that's the discussion that we're having right now with our friends at the Airport Authority.
Thank you, Sean. And I know you mentioned that, you know, Connecticut has one of the highest tax on jet fuel compared to other states. For example, like you said, Texas and North Carolina don't have any tax at all. So why not make Connecticut like Texas and North Carolina? Wouldn't it make Connecticut more competitive?
It would, and we're looking, if you'd like to do that, we're all for it. That's a major leap right now. And so I think, we didn't want to come in with a proposal that was dead on arrival. But again, as I noted earlier, those two states don't have a tax at all. And Connecticut's really uncompetitive compared to some of our neighboring states. The airport authority has done a really good job of creating more competition and growing the airport, and growing the routes and services that are provided out of that airport. But this petroleum products gross receipts tax that wildly fluctuates is really going to hammer some of the lower cost carriers and the ultra low cost carriers, particularly the ones that Chris mentioned. We had a new market entrant, Avello, come in the last several months, and they've had to, again, like Chris noted, they've had to deal with, they have very low fares, and this type of a tax really squeezes their profits. And so I would argue that we should have no tax at all. But at this point, we're proposing a lower, flatter, more stable, and more predictable tax.
Sean, if I could just add one thing there. When North Carolina cut their fuel tax or eliminated it, traffic increased by about 4%. And as Sean put in his testimony, we haven't seen traffic recover at Bradley from the pandemic, where service levels are down by about 20%. So it's just something to keep in mind. As Sean said, it's our first step, I think, would be to make the adjustment that we're proposing.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate the information you have here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and go UConn.
Thank you, Representative Claire DeStitia, and my apologies for having written your name down and then looked over it. Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sean and Chris, for your testimony. And listening to your testimony, it seems like it would be hard for the airlines to try and budget with a tax that fluctuates so much. Is that kind of the impetus for this proposal?
It is. So, people who do network planning for airlines, that is those people who look at where the next routes and services should be and which routes and services get cut, they look at things like this. They look at, what the tax structure and the tax environment is. And so, having something that is predictable and stable allows them to plan for the long term. And so that's absolutely a big part of the impetus for this. Yes.
Thank you.
Sean, can I just step in and just add one thing? On Sean's point, we've seen OPEC today cut their supply by about, 6%, but it's increased the oil costs today by 6%. So right then, our tax burden at your airports has gone up just today. So again, something to keep in mind.
Thank you. And not sure if it's in your submitted testimony, but do you know the fiscal impact right now on what is current to what you're proposing?
Yeah, we've had a little bit of difficulty pinpointing the exact number, but we think that we currently pay about $14 million a year in taxes, or I shouldn't say a year. I think we paid about $14 million last year. So this would certainly would represent a reduction to that number.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, and it's good to see you, and bring home a championship, will you?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have continued conversation about this. It is very complicated, and as you have adverted on there's a lot of fees implicated here, and it's important that we look at the big picture. But I will close on one thing that I know that we are in universal agreement on, and that's go UConn. So go focus on your task ahead of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Next up, we have Jeff Shaw.
Good morning, and go UConn. Good morning, Representative Horn, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Shaw, Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association representing community nonprofits. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 980, the bond bill. The Alliance supports Section 13, which would provide $25 million in each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. We thank Governor Lamont for prioritizing the capital and infrastructure needs for the many nonprofit providers that provide essential services on behalf of the state. The capital projects that will be supported through this bond program will help nonprofit providers lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. We appreciate this committee and the General Assembly's support for the nonprofit grant program over the past several years. Last week, Governor Lamont placed funding for the program on the Bond Commission agenda, but more is needed. Unprecedented inflation, a workforce crisis, and increasing demand for services continues to provide enormous operational and financial challenges for many community nonprofits. At the same time, many nonprofits find themselves with capital and infrastructure needs, but limited, if any, dollars available to support such projects. Further, nonprofit providers have no way to capitalize for infrastructure projects within their current state contracts. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the critical need for a reliable source of capital and infrastructure funding. The pandemic brought unanticipated and unbudgeted costs and operational challenges for community nonprofits. Many organizations had to access cash reserves or borrow to make technology improvements, create telehealth systems. Others renovated office spaces, some upgraded ventilation systems, and retrofitted vehicles to safely transport people. Many of these costs were not reimbursable by the state, earlier coronavirus relief funds, or Paycheck Protection Program loans. Many capital projects were delayed indefinitely. The demand for grants and aid has always exceeded available resources for this program. As an example, in a previous round of applications, $101 million worth of project applications were received for only $25 million in available funds. Considering this program has not been funded for 4 years, we suspect there will be unprecedented demand and a record number of applications will be received by OPM. The grant program is an appropriate use of bonding. It creates benefits that are felt for years into the future and saves money for the state and nonprofits by helping them be more efficient. Please support Section 13 of Senate Bill 980. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us. Next up, we have Diana Moody, who I don't believe is with us yet, but if you hear my voice out somewhere there, please join us. And then we have Heather Latora.
Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 980. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million for grant and aid each year for the nonprofit grant program. My name's Heather Latora, and I'm celebrating my 37th year working at Marrakesh, a human service nonprofit organization serving Connecticut for the past 51 years. We partner with DSS, DDS, DMS, DCF, and others to provide quality services to adults and youth with disabilities and with similar service needs. We operate 24/7 and 365 days a year, even through COVID, to support people at home, at work, and in the community. We employ around 700 people and support over 1,000 people a year. We currently have over 50 employees, including myself, work at our main office in Woodbridge, Connecticut. This is our human resources, IT, business office, development, program, training hub for our employees, as well as in-person meeting space, interviews, and new referral meetings. We have only been able to afford routine preventative maintenance and have not had building renovations since we purchased the building 26 years ago, and it shows. We have some major work to do just to keep the toilets flushing. I think we have 6 out of order at this point, yet we don't have the resources to get this work done. I'm afraid that there will be no other option for us to continue to use this building if we do not secure a nonprofit grant. Woodbridge does not fit into the right zone for the DECD funding. And we've been underfunded for years and have not been permitted to retain any funds for this type of expense. And now our renovations are critical. We've successfully been awarded nonprofit grant money in the past and updated our technology in this building and others, which helped us agency-wide, cause more efficiencies. This grant, really helped Marrakesh, the people we support, families, and so on. Capital projects help us lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. Community nonprofits have no other way to capitalize for these types of projects within their current state contracts. And I understand the concern about the state's bonded indebtedness, but this grant is an appropriate use of bonding. It creates benefits that are felt for years. into the future and saves money for the state and nonprofits by helping them be more
30
efficient.
seconds.
So I sent along a picture, I think you have in your notes, of what our building looks like. Embarrassingly, we have guardians and families that, you know, really would love to see us be able to provide a beautiful training program in a beautiful building. And we have other, of course, other needs as well. So please support and thank you for your time, and go UConn.
Thank you. And thank you for your work in our communities. It's extremely important. Any questions? Seeing none. Thanks again for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Amy Casavina Hall, who I don't believe is with us. Followed by Kate Diaz, who I saw. There she is. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm very excited to be here with you this morning, probably for the first of many visits during this session. I am Kate Diaz, and president of the Connecticut Education Association. And as you can imagine, this is a fundamental year for us as educators, really looking to see what we can do to attract, retain, and hopefully at least maintain our educator workforce. We entered this session with the gloomy piece of information that 74% of our educators were seeking employment elsewhere, which I suspect Eric Getty, with his 97,000 absences in the workforce, would be welcoming our teachers into that space. But we desperately need to maintain, hold, and attract people to our profession in the state of Connecticut. We cannot afford to lose a single teacher, which is why I'm here today to speak in favor of House Bill 6928 in terms of tax, making our tuition and loan forgiveness programs tax-free up to $10,000. This is part of a much larger picture of how do we support our educators. We know that the average bachelor's degree in Connecticut only earns you a salary of approximately $48,000, and that can go up or down depending on where you are in the state of Connecticut. And the loans that our teachers take on in order to not just get their bachelor's degree, but a master's degree as well, is resulting in many of our early educators not even able to live independently. So these loan forgiveness programs play a key role in allowing our educators to obtain the next degree that they need to pay for, and also hopefully some aspect of economic freedom. When we tax those as income, it becomes problematic, because where are those teachers getting the resources to pay the additional tax on the loan that are forgiven? So I think we need to look at those loan forgiveness programs for what they are, which is incentive to keep our educators in the state. I suspect that there is not an enormous amount of revenue generated from this program. So creating this that we can point to, that we can celebrate, that we can honor, that we can utilize as a part of the many things we hope to be talking about this session that make Connecticut highly desirable for educators, attractive for people to come here, and more importantly, really make sure that our teachers feel valued, honored, and they stay in the profession and they stay in Connecticut, because that is our most treasured resource when we talk about our schools. So I thank you for the consideration of this. I hope that it passes, and it's something that we can add to a list of things that we can say Connecticut is the right place to come and teach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and your time. Seeing no questions, have a good day. Next, we have Emily Granelli. Followed by Judith Gouch. So.
Hi.
Thank you.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. My name is Emily Granelli. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer for BH Care. We're a certified community behavioral health clinic serving clients in 36 cities and towns. I'd like to offer brief comments regarding Senate Bill 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state. For more than 40 years, our Shoreline office has served clients in Branford, East Haven, Guilford, Madison, North Branford, and North Haven. as the DEMIS designated local mental health authority. We are the state contracted provider dedicated to caring for adults who are struggling with serious and persistent mental illness and substance use disorders. Our clients struggle with chronic illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe anxiety, and major depression. As you know, demand for behavioral health services continues to increase. But on the shoreline, we've been bought out of our neighborhood and forced to scatter our support services throughout town instead of being co-located with our clinical services. This is causing some real problems. Clients who come in for treatment can't easily access support services like case management, employment, and housing. We also cannot serve victims of domestic violence in Branford because we don't have a private and safe entry space for them. Our acute shortage of space is hurting our ability to serve more children who need help with behavioral issues. We need a clinic where children have their own area, entrance, and waiting room. Fortunately, we have located a property where all of our services can be in one place. The building involved will be constructed so that we have 24,000 square feet of space, which will meet our increasing needs for many years. The total cost of the project will be $5 million once we have proceeds from the sale of our current property. Our request today is that you add $5 million to Senate Bill 980 so that our much needed facility can become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for your work.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, have a good day. Next.
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not a
Representative.
question.
Emily, are you still with us?
I apologize, Madam Chair. It's not a question, it's a statement. I just want to thank Emily Grinelli and her BH Care for what they do in North Haven and really in the state of Connecticut, especially the greater New Haven area. And hopefully we could honor her request, obviously between this committee or the bonding subcommittee. I think they do great work, and I just want to thank her for that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Judith Duff. And I pronounced your name 4 different ways in the last 2 minutes, so please correct me.
It's Goff with a cough. It's Goff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, senators, representatives, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Again, my name is Judith Goff, and I'm the Chief of Staff of Chrysalis Center here in Hartford, Connecticut. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of SB 980, an act authorizing and adjusting the bonds for the state. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million to the grants in each year for the biennium of nonprofits grant programs. My organization, Chrysalis Center, provides housing stability, vouchers, certificates, supportive services such as case management, housing, and employment to low-income families and individuals that would otherwise be homeless or unstably housed. Chrysalis Center's unduplicated population of approximately 1,200 individuals and families returning to the community from incarceration have medical issues due to HIV and AIDS. They suffer from mental health and substance use challenges. They're DCF families and veterans, as well as those receiving minimum wage and are struggling to make ends meet. With unprecedented inflation, 3 years of COVID, workplace crises, and increasing demands on services, it creates a tremendous operational and financial burden on our organization, leaving minimum dollars available for capital projects. In the past, we have received 4 rounds of bonding for capital improvements, which assisted our organization in increasing the housing opportunities for our clients, renovating existing facilities, enhancing ADA compliance, and improving resident buildings that assist in the overall health and wellness for our clientele. I understand the concern about the state bonded indebtedness, but this grant creates benefits that are felt for many years by nonprofits and saves money in the long run for the state for helping nonprofits become more efficient. Capital projects assist in lowering administrative costs, increase the efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. Community nonprofits have no other way to capitalize for these types of projects within their current state contracts. Please consider supporting Bill SB 980, Section 13, which would provide $25 million for FY 24 and 25 for nonprofits. Thank you very much for your time and support in this matter.
Thank you much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Carrie Lynch.
Good evening, Honors Chair, Senator Fonfara, and Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today in support of Senate Bill 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state, in particular the land conservation programs in the governor's 2024-2025 budget. The Nature Conservancy's mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. Our planet faces the interconnected crises of rapid climate change and biodiversity loss. In Connecticut, we have been engaged in protecting open space and watershed lands for many decades. And the land conservation programs of the state have been vital to our work in protecting thousands of acres in ecologically important places and in offering recreational opportunities to thousands of people. These programs, the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program in particular, have also been essential to incentivizing and enabling municipalities and local land trusts to join in active conservation of Connecticut's precious open space. In addition to the need to continue with traditional open space protection, climate change and climate change adaptation has made protecting the environment through land conservation even more essential to the well-being of our citizens. The Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program and the bonding needed to support it is critical to the state's effort to meet its statutory 21% open space conservation goal. In short, we are strongly supportive of the governor's budget recommendation that the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program be funded at $10 million per year. This is one of the most effective and highly leveraged use of state funds for the good of so many state goals and needs. We would also like to call it the Urban Green and Community Garden Program within the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program, as we have come to recognize the importance of greening our urban communities for both human well-being and environmental health. Additionally, the Connecticut Recreational Trails Program that is supported in this legislation at $5 million per year is also very important. It's the only significant source of funding in the state for improving accessibility and maintaining lands used for recreation. In short, there are numerous quantifiable and qualitative benefits to land conservation. These benefits showcase the profound importance of nature and its ability to sustain us through the best and worst of times. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today in support of Senate Bill 980.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Thank you much. Amy Casavina Hall.
Hi, good morning. I'm Amy Casavina Hall. Thank you, Representative Horn and members of the committee for having time today to submit testimony. I'm a Senior Vice President at United Way of Connecticut, where I focus on our ALICE work. And I'm here in support of creating a permanent state child tax credit and increasing the state earned income tax credit. Since 2014, we've been sharing the ALICE data and its central finding, the household survival budget. The household survival budget's strength is that it is real local costs and conservative by design. And it makes the challenges facing families very real. Adjusted for inflation, a young family of four needs to earn $110,000 just to afford the basics. Now, the average statewide cost for housing for this family, plus utilities, is just over $1,400 a month, and that's using the HUD fair market rent. By comparison, their child care costs are over $2,100 a month for their infant and their toddler, and that's using the OEC market rate survey. Families are facing cumulative increases that all residents are experiencing for food, housing, and transportation, plus the unique burden of paying for childcare, so they can contribute to their households, spend their dollars locally, and contribute to our state's economy. The legislature has put great energy behind increasing racial equity and closing the income gap, which requires a different approach than giving all households the same benefits or breaks. The significant economic stress of raising children in Connecticut falls disproportionately on women and families of color. 57% of Connecticut's Black households with children and 63% of Hispanic households are ALICE. They're living at or below the household survival budget. A fully refundable Connecticut child tax credit is a practical approach to advance equity. That is why it's essential to offer Connecticut households both the EITC, as proposed by the governor at 40% of the federal rate, and to establish a permanent, fully refundable child tax credit. The EITC is a powerhouse policy. We know lifts families out of poverty, but only those who qualify. Per the federal guidelines, the EITC eligibility requires households to both have work income and that annual income must be below $60,000 a year for a family with 3 children. Now, like many federally established guidelines, the income limit of the EITC is just too low for Connecticut families. Nearly 300,000 Connecticut households are ALICE, but did not benefit from the EITC because they were either earning too little or too much income. The proposed Connecticut Child Tax Credit, which will provide $600 per child for up to 3 children, has an income limit of up to $200,000 for a young family of 4. There's also a similar challenge for some of our lowest income households, families who do not primarily support themselves with earned income, who are utilizing benefits or maybe relying on unemployment, can get little to no benefit from the EITC. That's why putting the EITC together with the Connecticut Child Tax Credit is so powerful and really aligns with the real needs of our local families. I thank you to the committee for the opportunity to submit this testimony and for your time today, and I hope the measures will have your support.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Merrill Gay.
Yes. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. And I am here today to testify on, let's see, why is my camera not on here? There we go. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget revenue package. My remarks will be confined to one small section of this proposal. It's the proposal to expand the human capital tax credit for employer-sponsored childcare. There are 2 sections to this proposal: a credit for money spent building a childcare center and money spent subsidizing the cost of childcare for employees. In theory, the idea is to incentivize businesses to solve a problem with a tax credit leveraging the public investment with $3 of private money for every $1 state money. In reality, this tax credit is little more than a fig leaf to cover the fact that this budget proposal will have little impact on the crises facing the early care and education sector. Let me take a moment to recap that crisis. There isn't enough care, particularly infant toddler care, for everybody who needs it. 20% of the existing licensed capacity, roughly 20,000 spaces, is out of commission due to staff shortages. The primary reason that those staff shortages is low pay and in many cases no health insurance. The reason early care programs can't pay their employees more is that the vast majority of their customers, parents, can't afford to pay more. You just heard testimony that in order to afford the cost of care for a family of 4 with 2 little kids, you need to have a household income of $110,000. There are many, many families that fall below that. Now, some of you may think that my characterization of this proposal as a fig leaf is a little extreme. And to you, I would suggest look at the proposed cost of this credit. $1 million the first year, a couple million the second year. $3 million in the context of a roughly $900 million childcare sector in Connecticut is a drop in the bucket. The proposal to promote employer-sponsored, employer-built childcare facilities is one that has been around for a while. There was a time when hospitals all over the place were opening up childcare centers to address their workforce crisis for shortage of nurses. The reality is, as those nurses,
please summarize your testimony.
Sure. Employer-sponsored childcare has a very mixed record. If you are going to provide a tax credit for it, do it so that it is investing in nonprofit-owned facilities that don't just disappear when that employer downsizes or moves. If we're going to invest the public resources, we should make sure that that is done in a way that protects the public investment over the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrill. Questions? Thank you, sir. All right. Ingrid Gillespie.
Hi, good morning. Distinguished chairpersons and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ingrid Gillespie, and I'm the Director of Prevention at Liberation Programs. We're a large behavioral health organization in Fairfield County that covers prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. But I'm also a member of MATCH, which is the Coalition Against Tobacco for Connecticut's Health. So I've had the opportunity since 2005 to engage in a number of activities related to smoking, including teaching youth in middle schools, facilitating a group that addressed smoking for those with serious mental illness and substance use disorders, and previous advocacy efforts to fund the Tobacco Health Trust Fund. So I really thank you for the opportunity today to share comments on SB 981 and specifically Section 12, subsection C, which proposes cuts to the amount allocated for the Tobacco Health Trust Fund from 12 million to 6 million. Consistent funding to support prevention and cessation efforts is essential to reduce the long-term impact of tobacco and related products on the health and economic well-being in our state. The addictive nature of nicotine and the vulnerability of youth to addiction are well recognized by the industry, which spends $9.1 billion each year to market their products, including more than 60 million in Connecticut in 2023. Approximately 90% of our smokers by the age of 18 years and teens underestimate the addictive potential. And I can speak to that from having been in many classrooms in a number of communities in the last couple of years. Nicotine is proven to be as addictive as cocaine and heroin, and even more addictive. One of the signs of how addicting a drug is how quickly it reaches your brain. And nicotine can reach your brain in 10 seconds. Heroin can reach your brain in 11. And it doesn't mean it's more dangerous, but it speaks to how addicting it is. So although e-cigarettes are frequently characterized as smoking cessation aids, those who vape are more likely to move on to cigarettes. Once addiction's been established, cessation is a difficult process. Addiction is a chronic disease requiring treatment resources, and smokers may attempt, and I know that Bright referenced something to this, 8 to 11 times before succeeding. The long-term effects of tobacco use are well established, and the long-term effects of e-cigarette use are only now beginning to emerge. Direct smoking healthcare costs in Connecticut are more than $2 billion annually, and smoking-related loss of productivity at another $1.25 billion. Long-term effects, costs of vaping are yet unknown. Despite these substantial effects on the health and economics of people in Connecticut, this state, we've consistently fallen short of CDC minimum recommended level of funding of $22.7 million annually for programs to address tobacco use. I know in the past we've defended our record based on a need to reduce
testimony.
Okay, reduce budget deficits. But right now we're in a position where we really could increase the level of annual funding. So I'm hoping that this bill will be amended to increase rather than decrease the designated resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Elizabeth Fraser.
Hi, yes, good morning. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Liz Fraser, and I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services. And I'm here today for three different issues. Cause is in support of an increased EITC, and with that, we believe that it should be dovetailed with the child tax credit. The EITC is targeted towards the very low income families who struggle every day to live in an expensive state. And increasing the EITC will further mitigate tax inequities and provide under-resourced families with additional means to cover an emergency, pay down debt, and find secure housing, save money for a rainy day. But we asked that this be accompanied by the child tax credit. And we're most concerned about ALICE families. As described earlier, many ALICE families are just not eligible for most social service programs like Care for Kids or SNAP and struggle to make ends meet. And we know that childcare and housing are huge burdens to families with children. And we would like to, the child care tax credit would go a long way in working on that problem. I also like to speak about tax incentives to address the shortage of childcare facilities and childcare in general. And Connecticut clearly needs to address the childcare crisis. A recent survey of over 300 providers indicates that hiring early childhood teaching staff is still a critical problem and is still leading to empty classrooms and waiting lists of children needing care throughout the state. A third of these programs are barely breaking even, and another third of the programs are operating in the red. On top of this, 45% of the state is considered a child care desert. No care is available at all. So we know that there's a need for employers to attract younger workers to support their businesses, and many families need affordable and accessible care, and all companies need productive employees. But rather than use government incentive to support the needs of individual corporations, why not provide or require incentives that support the growth or institution of community-based programs operated by local nonprofits, or maybe they can form partnerships with existing programs or nonprofits to expand existing programs or open in new locations. Spaces could be secured for company employees, but would also serve the community at large and be a community asset were something to happen to the company or they have a reduction in staff. 80% of early care and learning is offered through these private centers and small businesses. They are struggling and are barely able to operate right now under an untenable business model and need relief. And I need to say that lastly, that if they can't hire employees, I don't know, we can build as many facilities as we want, but it will be still hard to find employees to fill those classrooms. So that is it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Panfara. So if we're not using the tax code to incentivize businesses to create either their own facilities or to support employees with the cost of childcare, and we're the taxation committee, you have suggestions, Elizabeth, as to changes to the tax code? Because we can't appropriate money. Things
right.
Help us, you talk about community nonprofits. How do we fund? And it seems to me, one, the issue of low pay.
Yes.
Double the pay and add benefits. What does this do to affordability for those families who already can't afford it? And again, how through the tax code can we create the spaces needed and the wages needed to support this industry?
Absolutely. I think that what I was suggesting, and maybe it was not quite clear, was that, and I apologize for that, is that you can use the same tax incentive and ask companies to partner with local nonprofits to provide or build these businesses. Instead of being a corporate asset designed only for that corporation, it could also be used in the community. But this is a larger problem than just this committee, and we understand that. This is a problem that is going to need a lot of thought on how we start supporting early childhood as the workforce behind the workforce. I know that I've heard just in the LOB cafeteria, parents talking in several different conversations that I just happened to be sitting near about how it's going to be $100,000 for them for childcare in the next 5 years, and how that will hurt their budget, but they're able to somehow make it happen. I think that we could, if we designed something, and it might not be in this committee, but this committee can do the incentive part, perhaps, for employers. We need to find a way to make childcare affordable for our young people. They have student debt, they want to buy a home, and they have this increasing burden of early care and education, which is increasingly important for two-parent working families. So my suggestion in this particular piece would be to look at ways we can use those incentives in a way that makes sense for community development as well as corporate need. And then we would probably have to look in other places for additional supports.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Former state representative, former mayor, Alex Knopp. Alex, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, John. Members of the committee, thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. I had the privilege to serve on this committee from 1988 to 2001 and appreciate all the hard work and difficult choices that face you. And I want to give special greeting to my good friend, John Fonfara, with whom I had the privilege to serve in the House. The budget guardrails have produced many fiscal benefits for Connecticut, including replenishing the rainy day fund and prepaying down significant amounts of pension debt. But although I recognize that the enactment of the guardrails is kind of a moot point now, since what is in Section 10 of Senate Bill 981 was already enacted by emergency certification on February 9th, I'm still testifying because I think there is unfinished business for the Finance Committee to do about the guardrails, and that reenacting them by e-cert without the usual legislative process of public hearings and committee review was a missed opportunity to address both the good and the bad points about the guardrails. So today I'm recommending that the General Assembly take 3 actions to address the bond lock and the guardrails. First, I urge you to create some kind of meaningful ad hoc legislative process to substitute for the normal work in progress bill review procedures that were skipped in early February when the e-cert process was used. And this could include a joint forum held by Finance and Appropriation Committees with commentary from OFA and other nonpartisan offices, and I would hope invited fiscal experts from groups like the Pew Trusts or Brookings Institute. The guardrails have led a charmed life in that they have almost never been subject to legislative scrutiny, either when they were adopted in 2017, there was a minor hearing in 2018, nothing between 2018 and 23, and then with the e-cert process, there was no legislative scrutiny this year. Second, I would hope that the Finance Committee would again approve a study that it did approve in 2018, but that was never done because it was eliminated in the final bill to review the legality and impact of the bond lock. And third, given my short time here, I'd recommend that the General Assembly establish a statutory budget controls review commission to issue regular comprehensive fiscal reports on the impact of the guardrails going forward. This is a recommendation of all the major fiscal institutions that these kinds of automatic controls need constant reevaluation.
Your time has expired. Please summarize.
Thank you. And finally, my concern about the bond lock is that it is an undemocratic effort to take away the opportunity of future legislators to change the guardrails without subjecting the state to an injunction or suit from bondholders. And I think that is extra constitutional and should have been done by a state constitutional amendment if it was useful rather than by a bond lock legislation. So thank you, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Alex, we disagreed with this on this point back in 2017, and all these years later, we still disagree on it, but certainly appreciate your perspective. And I'll just say that in 2017, there was a public hearing here and there was considerable debate. I know in the Senate Democratic Caucus, I suspect there was also in the other three caucuses regarding both the underlying initiative as well as the covenant. And then in the final process with respect to getting to a budget, which, as you know, was done in a bipartisan manner, with full agreement of what, and I know you've been through the process in doing implementers and what have you, that all it takes is one person to say no, in leadership, and it's out. But that didn't happen. So I would argue that this process got more scrutiny than may be typical, where one party in the majority decides on a bill or on a budget. This was bipartisan at a time when we weren't working on anything else. So it wasn't that there was the distractions that you might see at the end of a session where there are initiatives left and right being considered. And so, but having said that, I do have always appreciated your thoughtfulness on these issues. And I'll just say, with respect to the bond lock itself, that we enter into contracts all the time. And you being a lawyer, someone that is very familiar with this subject, that when we enter those contracts, we're bound by the terms of that contract on both sides. And I don't know if you're suggesting that we should not enter into contracts because that binds future legislatures, contracts in general. But there's no difference in terms of what we've done here in entering into a contract with bondholders to support what we believe needs to be done. And I'll just say it's good law today. I believe it's King versus the state of New Jersey, a U.S. Supreme Court decision that supported that initiative, where it was between New York, the state of New York, the state of New Jersey, entering into an agreement that they would jointly fund transportation between the two states. And the state of New Jersey reneged on that, and bondholders acted on what was their right to challenge a deviation from what the contract was. And the U.S. Supreme Court agreed with the bondholders in that regard. So I think we're on pretty good ground, but I certainly appreciate there can be differences of opinion and perspective on this.
Well, if I could make a brief response. Thank you, John. I respect your work very much, and then think you've done an excellent job as chairman of the committee. I think in the things I've written about this, I've given the budget guardrails a B+ for the good impact they've had on replenishing the rainy day fund and paying down future debt. My concern is that, why do we have to have a state constitutional amendment to adopt a spending cap that requires a supermajority to lift, but we don't require a similar thing to have a contract with bondholders? The contract with bondholders to pay interest and principal on a timely basis, that's part of the contract arising out of the bond. But for the state to contract away the right of the General Assembly, elected 2 years from now, to change any of the budget guardrails except by a supermajority seems to me an end run around the state constitutional amendment procedure. And therefore, I think it is extra legal. I think the situation in New Jersey and New York was that those bonds were issued by the Port Authority, which is a joint venture of the two states, rather than bonds being issued by either New York or by New Jersey. So I think it's a different situation. And I think finally, let me just say, I think the bond lock is unnecessary. I think that all of the accumulation of funds from the volatility cap, the limitations from the revenue cap, and so on, and the budget reserve fund, all could have been done without the bond lock. I don't like the bond lock because it takes away the rights of future general assemblies to react to changing conditions. And I think that is undemocratic, extra constitutional, and unnecessary. So those are my concerns. And I, of course, appreciate very much your point of view. Finally, let me just say, I think that one of the unfortunate impacts of the bond lock and some of the guardrails has been that the legislature has not been able to fully fund the ECS formula, the special education excess cost formula, or the pilot property tax relief grants, even though we've had substantial monies to do that. And that's the kind of thing, that judgment call of what do we fund with the excess surplus, that I think deserves some kind of legislative review.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Jen.
It's great seeing you. And I'll just say for the members of the committee that, as Alex indicated, we served together for several years, and I always appreciated the intellectual heft that he brings to the discussion. And you haven't disappointed here again today.
Very kind. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Alex. Suzanne Kuligowski.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Suzanne Kuligowski, President and CEO of ARI of Connecticut, a provider of IDD services in Stamford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million for grants and aid in each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. As I'm sure you're aware, since 2013, the legislature has authorized at least $25 million toward capital and infrastructure projects for nonprofit health and human service providers through OPM and management's nonprofit grant program. However, the last 4 years, there has been no allocation by the State Bond Commission of previously authorized funding. ARI is one of the smallest providers in the state. We operate exclusively in Stamford, though we serve many from surrounding towns in our day and residential programs. We operate 4 homes and support 25 individuals living in these homes. We support 20 individuals to live on their own in the community, provide vocational supports for 35, and adult day services for 60 individuals. We rely heavily on state funding, including this bond funding, to upgrade and maintain our facilities and vehicles. I've seen some challenging times during my career of nearly 40 years in nonprofits, but never like these times. These are unprecedented times. Inflation, a tremendous workforce crisis, and increasing demand for services continues to create tremendous operational and financial challenges for our organization, leaving limited dollars available for capital projects. Capital projects, though, help lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, improve safety, and maintain high-quality services. Community nonprofits are left with very little, if any, money for capital projects. In previous years, ARI had received bond funding to replace several vehicles, which are essential to transport individuals to their jobs, day programs, community activities, and medical appointments. The vehicles that were replaced were old, lacked modern safety features, and required excessive and costly maintenance. In the upcoming 2 years, we are looking forward to the opportunity to apply for bond grant funding to continue to upgrade our vehicle fleet. We're also hoping for a grant to upgrade and modernize our adult day program building. This building was purchased 50 years ago for our sheltered workshop, which is no longer in operation. And while the building has been maintained, it hasn't been updated in all these years to meet the needs of our current program activities and the individuals we are currently serving in our adult day program, which you can all see right behind me. We need to reconfigure the space, improve lighting, upgrade technology, improve safety features, and make changes to ensure that we are maximizing the space to serve more individuals who are currently on the waiting list.
You've reached 3 minutes. Your time has expired. Please summarize.
please support Section 13 of SB 980, which would provide $25 million in fiscal year 24 and 25 for nonprofit grant programs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. I'm told that Evelise, I lost my place, Correa, is prepared to testify. Ah. Well, I was right. Really? It's rather novel to have someone here to testify this afternoon. Evelise, could you, there you go.
There we go. I should know how to do this by now. So, yeah, I'm here a lot, so I like giving testimony in person. So that way, if you guys have any questions, no risk of technical difficulties. Okay, so I should probably begin. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Evelise, and something just happened with Zoom. Okay, there we go. I don't know why the Zoom popped up and blocked my testimony. I'm sorry. Okay. I'd like to speak in favor of HB 6925, an act exempting children's clothing and footwear from sales tax. In a time where parents face record inflation, I'm grateful for this bill and feel it is long overdue. This investment into families will see a return in bill payments, small business spending, and more. Also for HB 6926, an act establishing personal income tax deductions for certain healthcare, home healthcare expenses. Most healthcare aides do not earn enough to itemize expenses. While this bill is necessary, I'd like to make sure that we also go back and address what we will do to assist home healthcare workers with funds directly into their pockets. And finally, HB 6928, an act concerning the personal income tax treatment of certain student loan forgiveness amounts. We are in a student loan crisis at the moment, and wage garnishments or counting student loan forgiveness as a form of income may hurt Black and brown people, especially women. We should simplify this law, raise exemptions, and keep in mind that the majority of predatory student loans are held right now by Black and brown women and low-income women. So I would hope that we don't include student loan forgiveness as part of the income tax code. And that is it. Are there any additional questions for me?
Representative Zupkis.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. And I sit here and I listen to people, so I just thought of it and you happen to be the one. So, but as I sit on every single committee, everybody needs money and wants money. And so in your testimony, you gave 3 to forgive student loan, kids clothing, and healthcare workers.
Yes.
If you had to pick one, which one would you pick? And I say that because in every committee I sit on, whether it's children's or here or public health, everyone needs money. And I was just talking to someone in the hallway, and that's why I said you were here. But you mentioned 3 in your testimony.
I would be stuck between the first 2, if you want me to be honest. Reason being, parents are going through a lot of pain right now. But we have our elderly population as well. So my grandmother has a home health aide. She probably earns around 20-something thousand a year. So she's never going to be able to itemize. I want grandparents to get quality care, and a lot of them have to worry about paying their bills. So how are you going to worry about someone's grandmother? Sure. But at the same time, you want to be able to feed and clothe your kids.
Right.
So while we do have this student loan crisis, and I would hope that, tax refunds and things are kind of exempted from these things and garnishments, it's really hard to pick between the first two.
It is, isn't it? And
I'd
as
have
I
to flip a
sit-
coin.
And as I sit here and listen, like I said, in all my committees, whether it's healthcare workers or teachers or paras or, everything. And so having to pick is difficult. So I was just curious, but thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
I
it.
guess if we could get more than one, it would be by
could take all three.
rejecting 6927. I think if we rejected 6927, we would have money for all three.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this morning or this afternoon for testifying.
Oh,
Thank you for being in the building also.
Thank you.
I struggle with the forgiving of debt, especially with the students. We all know, I mean, every single family today has challenges, every single household. And for us to, where do you stop it? I mean, you begin with the student loans, then does it move to a car loan after that? Does it move to a mortgage after that? It can be endless. And where does that responsibility start and end? Regarding putting your John Hancock on a $20,000 loan, where does it end?
I can answer. So, obviously, when you sign a piece of paper, you make a commitment. The problem is, though, due to heavy lobbying in the student loan crisis was created by heavy lobbying before, Nixon, one of the few nice things he did was he said, let's expand college education to everyone. So now you have people who are able to get loans, and most of them were privatized, they were government backed. Through the lobbying through Fannie Mae and many others, we created this privatized industry. So, beginning late 90s, people start defaulting on their loans more. Then we have the restructuring in 2005 of the bankruptcy code, which made it even worse. So the only people this really hurt were the people who were lobbied against, which were mostly college students. So you have 17, 18-year-olds who are like, I want to create economic wealth. I want to break out this cycle of poverty. So they get a college loan. And you might have heard that many of these for-profit businesses, they were instructed to lie to people, to potential students, do whatever you had to do, but get them to sign this piece of paper. And if you're someone in Hartford, you want to become a nurse, you're not going to have the money to pay up front. So you're looking like, maybe I'll make this money back. And something that we saw, especially with Stone Academy, is people are willing to go out, they're willing to get their educations. So we should be doing whatever we can to support them. Does that mean we just throw money out willy-nilly? No. But we do have to claw back a lot of what happened with lobbying in the student loan industry and bring it back to where it was. And until the laws match exactly what society initially created and wants, right now, this is a necessity. That's, I guess, where it would stop once we undo what the restructuring was back in the 90s and in 2005.
Sure, guidelines will change, and I think President Clinton had a lot to do with that regarding the purchasing of a home. And we allowed people to purchase homes that should never qualified to buy homes because we lowered our guidelines. And regarding the students sort of getting caught in all this, I could simply blame the higher education system for marketing to kids that should never have gone to college. And we're doing it. We're even doing it today, where we have a habit, we're forming habits or conditioning our kids in this way, that in order to be successful, you have to have a college degree. And then we have higher educators that are coming in and saying, come to our university. Hey, you can get a loan very easily. And now we're in a crisis, so to speak. And now we're supposed to forgive the debt.
Yes.
Where's the responsibility? Where do you begin to take ownership of your own decisions?
I can answer that as well. So, if you are a current college student, obviously you don't have to pay back your debt, which means that some people will indefinitely be college students in a way to maybe avoid their debt. But there should be certain, and this is, on the matter of racial equity. No, we just, even if we disagree on reparations, we can't agree that in a state that was segregated by law, there's going to be less incentives, less economic opportunities for someone from Hartford as opposed to someone from Simsbury. There's not going to be as many college recruiters for academic scholarships. They're just looking at the kids playing football in Hartford. So, yeah, I mean,
But you
Hartford and
understand,
Bloomfield and
you
Windsor, they
understand.
churn out a disproportionate amount of NFL and NBA players. So this is just statistics, New Britain as well. So we know our lower performing schools are churning out disproportionate amounts of student athletes. There's no focus on the academics. So I guess as long as this continues to go on, I mean, we do need to set up some sort of economic floor, which is something that was taken from them through lobbying.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For a second time, I'll be quick. First of all, I think we should look at why college is expensive.
Yes.
Right? To me, that's the problem, not forgiving student loans or all these things. We should look at why it costs so much to go to college. And just for me, my daughter wanted to go to college and I couldn't afford it. And I told her she's not going in debt and I'm not going in debt. And she needs to figure out how to get there. And she did ROTC. And a lot of kids won't do that, but she did. And that's how she got to go through college, because I couldn't afford her to go to college. And I wasn't going to put her in debt because I don't want her to come out in debt like all these kids do. So there are ways to go to college. And I know in Waterbury, Naugatuck Valley Community College, they help students who can't afford to go to college. So to me, the issue is there are ways for kids to go to college if they want. My other daughter might not go to college. That's not her and what she's made of. And that's great too. But we need to look at why college is so expensive versus getting rid of all of the student debt.
I agree somewhat. I mean, my oldest right now is a freshman over at Southern, and her tuition is about $2,500 a semester. So that's being paid for by family members out of pocket. There's obviously academic scholarships. My 14-year-old plans on going to culinary school. So, not every child's pathway is in college. My other son wants to be a mechanic, so trade school. But there still needs to be a pathway, especially for low income and the middle class, because we forget a lot about our middle class families.
That's me.
Who don't have that support. So you don't get food stamps, but you barely get a Pell Grant.
Right.
So when you think about student debt and student loan forgiveness, we don't want to teach our kids to be irresponsible, but we do want to get them careers.
And I'll just end with this. I sit on education committee also, and we look at this. And to me, college is not for everybody, but you made a comment about the schools and kids coming out of some of these schools. That's something else that has to be looked at, because kids that go to school, they should all have the same opportunities. And I know it's different, probably teaching in Hartford than Simsbury, as your example had, but why is Hartford not succeeding, or why are these other schools not? That's what we have to look at.
I mean,
thank you.
Thank you for talking about being on the education committee, because another big problem is the fact that a lot of funds have been taken from Hartford students and city students and tossed over to our magnet schools. So I'm grateful that you highlighted that.
We're not going to go down that road, because we had that discussion and that's not necessarily the case. So we had a huge discussion on that in education, but I appreciate it. I thank you. And our schools,
I'm okay with some of the magnet schools, but we're putting too much money into them. So I mean, while we do need school choice, we do need local funding, and the brain drain is crazy. So Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Claridis Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted some clarification on something that you mentioned about in Hartford, some of the Hartford universities or colleges just getting football players or something to that effect.
No, so this would be schools, so public schools. So we're talking high school age students. So Windsor, New Britain, Hartford, and Bloomfield churn out a disproportionate amount of student athletes that end up going on to play in the NBA and NFL. So that's, I mean, if you Google it, that's
right. But what's wrong with that?
So there's nothing wrong with it per se. So, I mean, every child, I would hope that anyone who wants to play in the NBA as a child, you know, they get to live out their Michael Jordan dreams. But that shouldn't be the only pathway out of poverty for kids in the city. And the only pathways that you really see right now are not education because you can't afford education. Instead, the focus is on being a rapper or being a basketball player because you can immediately get your family out of poverty. So the underinvestment in education and the focus on sports is more for survival. You know, these kids will keep their grades up if required for football, but it's very hard in the city to open a business. There's the underinvestment here.
Okay, thank you. But to the point of that's just another opportunity or an avenue for you to go to college. If you are a good athlete, wherever you live, it's another opportunity for you to use your athleticism and your intelligence to go to a college, depending on where you want to go. I have a son, and I'm a little bit insulted that you would say that, who plays football at Trinity College here in Hartford, but is an amazing student athlete, and he's a very smart kid. So that just gives kids an opportunity maybe to go to a school that they otherwise wouldn't have had an opportunity to go to. And I think in the broader conversation, it's all about opportunities. We want to give our kids the best opportunity to go to college if they choose to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Can I respond? 2 seconds.
Please.
All right. So I absolutely respect that. And I didn't mean anything by it. My own daughter is a cheerleader. She was, you know, that was her thing in high school and now in college. So I get it. But the problem is city kids many times only have that opportunity to be a student athlete, to get to college. I mean, when your mother's worried about her light bill, you're living at your mom's house, you need to get a job. You're not going to be thinking about college. So when kids are given this full ride to play football, many times they see this as the way out for the entire family. So we're not talking about, you know, we're going to put this kid in trade school. We're going to help him open up an auto garage because he's really good with his hands. You don't see a lot of that. Instead, you just see, oh, he's going to go play basketball. We're all set. So that's what I mean. There's limited avenues and opportunities, and that shouldn't be their only opportunity or avenue. Every child who is talented in something should go out and take that talent to, you know, it should be limitless. So it should be, if you want to be a computer programmer, if you want to be a basketball player, that should be it. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Paletta.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief. I just want to shift gears for a second. I think it's important to note you talked about 6925, right?
Yes, I did. I chose not to give testimony on that bill after I reread what I wrote, but I can read it's one sentence. I could read it to you if you'd like.
Sure. That's fine.
I am opposed to this bill. Trickle down economics does not work. In my view on this bill is eat the rich.
Is 6925 the child?
69. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was 6927.
Yeah,
6925. Yes, that one. My apologies. That was the exempting clothing.
Right. And you're in favor of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll say this, in my time on this committee, I'm typically been opposed to further exemptions, for the reason being that if you exempt a certain group of, let's say, clothing, or you exempt a certain service, the overall sales tax increases. So we pay 6.35% right now Because in my opinion, there are so many exemptions. If you had a tax on everything, you could lower that perhaps to 3%, which would provide automatic relief for everyone across the board. So for instance, it's a sales and use tax. So I pay on what I use. I pay 6.35% on what I use. That rate, in my opinion, is very high because there are so many exemptions. But I'm going with the exemptions, and I think you would agree, right? Wouldn't you want to pay a lower sales tax? You wouldn't?
Sometimes, I mean, property taxes tend to hit me really hard, but sales
Understood,
taxes.
understood. So, just in going with that, the state of Florida, okay?
That's
State,
usually where I do my back to school shopping.
oh, okay, so.
Yeah, my family owns a house in Palm Bay, so we go
Great.
visit annually.
Great, and I actually, in my time again here in the legislature, I like to compare states that are doing particularly well in certain areas. The state of Florida, just to give you an example, exempted clothing and shoes for children under 5, strollers, cribs, baby wipes, diapers, laundry detergent, toilet paper, soap, and trash bags. So in essence, I think you would agree with me, right? Those are all noble items to exempt. If we're going to exempt something, I think those affect those hardworking people here in the state of Connecticut, maybe a single mom or a single dad, maybe who's someone who is below the poverty line. Those are all items that were recently exempt in the state of Florida that I think you would agree with, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with everything Florida does.
Right. Understood. But in this particular situation, this would provide automatic relief to folks that truly need it. And we heard from some people prior to you that had testified that had said that, you know, the child tax credit, for instance, was a good way to start. Well, I actually think exempting some household items, while I'm not generally in favor of exemptions, exempting some household items that hit home, particularly in a time where we've seen prices skyrocket, would be beneficial. So we agree on that. And I would hope we would take Florida's lead and do that for folks that really need the help.
Maybe on just that line item, but the child tax credit is very necessary, especially in the cities. So I would hope that exempting one doesn't mean the elimination of another, just because it would have a detrimental effect. I mean, parents use this to catch up on their rent. They pay their kids' summer camps this way. So working in tandem by eliminating the tax on those things and, you know, the exemptions, as long as we're not eliminating the child tax credit, it's very necessary, but this is also needed. I believe we can probably, you know, claw back couple tax credits on, you know, some higher earning things. No problem.
I think you've exhausted the panel.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your testimony.
Right. Did you have any additional questions for me? Because, well, you still got me here.
I think we're good.
All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak and for everyone's questions.
Sure. Chris McNabo.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Chris McNabo, CEO and founder of Horizons 43 years ago. Horizons supports children and adults from all over Connecticut in education, employment, retirement, supported living, and respite camping programs. I support SB 980, especially Section 13, which would provide $25 million for the nonprofit grant program. Since COVID, Horizons is the only Connecticut program providing year-round respite services via our camp programs, where over 1,300 people receive respite services statewide annually. I don't have to tell you about the workforce crisis or the underfunded cost of living increases we have been dealing with these past 3 years. And I know you know the only source of our funding are the rates we are paid for our services that are controlled by the state. That is why the nonprofit grant program is essential to our ability to make much needed capital improvements. In the past, we have used this funding to purchase vehicles to transport our folks to jobs, grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, physical therapy, to name a few. We've installed generators so during power outages, we can keep our residents warm and cared for in their homes. We have installed solar to reduce our operating costs, paved walkways to include people using wheelchairs in our programs, and built cabins to have ADA compliant accessible spaces our campers can enjoy for recreational activities. And we need to keep going. So right now we need these funds even more than ever. We must trade in our aging vehicles. Not every home has a generator, and we need to replace the last aging structure on our campus used for wellness activities with all of our program participants. Recently, we had an opportunity to purchase a building we currently rent, thereby lowering our operating costs. Nonprofit grant funds could have been used there. Capital projects help lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. And just as a reminder, we perform the work previously provided by the state. So we need your support. And we understand concerns about the state's bonded indebtedness, but this grant program is the best bang for the buck and an appropriate use of bonding. Please support Section 13 of SB 980. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Chris, questions? Seeing none. Valerie Rayer.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million for grants and aid in each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. I'm Valerie Ryer from the Kennedy Collective, a not-for-profit provider of essential services to individuals with disabilities throughout 100 communities across the state of Connecticut. Our services provide opportunity for individuals to access their communities to live, work, and play, just as any of us would want. We create inclusive experience to folks who are often unseen. Since 2013, the legislature has authorized at least $25 million for grant and aid in most fiscal years towards capital and infrastructure projects for nonprofit health and human service providers through the Office of Policy and Management's nonprofit grant program. However, the last 4 years, there's been no allocation by the State Bond Commission of previously authorized funding. This funding was a pivotal element in the sustainability of our essential services. One critical way was providing funds to purchase vehicles used to transport individuals from their home into the community. A vast majority of the people we serve do not have direct access to the public transit system, for they simply do not live near one, or for some individuals, they're unable to safely use the system. We have been that conduit, but our vehicles are aging, breaking down, and we have no means to replenish them. The nonprofit grant program was a mechanism to do incremental fleet replenishment and ensuring we had wheelchair accessible vehicles for those who needed it. Many families can't afford their own wheelchair accessible van and rely on organizations like us to get their loved one into a meaningful day activity. The funding we receive to provide our transportation services barely, if at all, covers the direct costs to provide those services. Thus, there's nothing available for the replacement of vehicles. We are presently faced with a challenge of not having the transportation means to bring individuals back to their pre-pandemic services. The cost to the state to use our on-demand service options for these transportation services can be upwards of $100 a day per person. One person alone could cost $200,000. That $200,000 investment can be 3 8-passenger vehicles offering daily transportation services to at least 24 individuals and would cover 48 years of operational use. Without these transportation services, individuals with disabilities do not have the ability to access other critical services or simply be a contributing citizen. This is just one way that these grants and aid assist organizations like us. The demand for grants and aid always exceeded available resources. In one previous application period, 101 million in project application were received for only 25 million of available funding.
30 seconds.
We understand concerns about the state's bonded indebtedness, but this grant program is an appropriate use of bonding. It creates benefits that are felt for years into the future and saves money for the state and nonprofits by helping them be more efficient. We covet these resources and stretch them as far as we can so we can make impact in our communities. Please support Section 13 of SB 980, which would provide 25 million in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 for the nonprofit grant program. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Eric Hammerling.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. I'm testifying today in support of a few important investments included in SB 980 that are critical to sustain and improve Connecticut's outdoor recreation infrastructure. Ensuring sustainable and equitable access to the outdoors throughout Connecticut is fundamental to the mental and physical health of our citizens, to community and environmental resiliency, and to growing our economy. Outdoor recreation contributed $3.9 billion to Connecticut's GDP and supported 44,000 jobs in 2021. And the public desire for outdoor recreation continues to grow. Parks, forests, recreational trails, and open spaces have documented record high attendance over the past few years. For example, state park attendance now exceeds 17 million annual visits, a 100% increase over visitation levels just 10 years ago. SB 980 includes important investments in the budget that support state park infrastructure improvements, grants for open space and urban community gardens, and grants for recreational trail and greenway improvements. These are all essential elements needed to meet the public's high demand for outdoor recreation. It's not just conservation advocates who believe outdoor recreation is essential to attract and retain people in communities. Recent reports from the National Association of Realtors and National Association of Home Builders also cite trails and nearby connections to the outdoors as valuable community assets. The realtors state that living near trails and greenways raises property values an average of 3 to 5%, and sometimes as much as 15%. Home builders note that 3 out of the top 5 most wanted community features are close proximity to trails, to parks, and to a walkable community. There are significant needs that SB 980 will help address. $20 million per year will chip away at DEEP's backlog of critical state park infrastructure and accessibility needs, estimated at over $130 million. $10 million per year will pick up the pace toward meeting our state's statutory 21% open space goal, but we still have a long way to go.
30 seconds.
And $5 million per year will help meet the need shown recently when DEEP received 97 applications from municipalities and nonprofits requesting over $29 million for trail projects statewide. Although SB 980 does not meet all of these significant needs, it represents great progress and we strongly support it. Thank you, and I'd be glad to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Eric. Questions? You've been released.
Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Rosado Birch.
Good afternoon. Mic check. Can you all hear me?
Hear you fine.
Great. Thank you, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to submit today. I'm Lou Rosado Birch, Legislative Coordinator for Connecticut Education Association. We're pleased to offer testimony today in support of Section 58 of Senate Bill 980 related to school HVAC reimbursement grants. Maintaining healthy school indoor air quality, as many of you know, is essential to ensuring safe, healthy learning environments for children to thrive in. Unfortunately, hundreds of our school buildings are currently served by heating and air conditioning systems that are aging or in disrepair. A few figures for you all to consider. According to the 2021 DAS School Facility Survey, 47% of schools that responded had HVAC systems that were beyond their expected useful life. Maintaining up-to-date HVAC systems is without a doubt the best defense against bad air in our schools. And we know that unhealthy school IAQ can contribute and exacerbate a myriad of short and long-term health issues that affect students and teachers alike, including respiratory health issues, chronic illness, fatigue, other impacts that can affect student health, attendance, and achievement. You may be aware that child asthma rates in Connecticut are above the national average, affecting roughly 3 out of 20 Connecticut school-age children. And yet school faculty and staff are also directly impacted by poor air quality. In fact, full-time school faculty have some of the highest rates of asthma among non-industrial occupations. And to adequately safeguard the health of students and staff, routine annual inspections and maintenance of school HVAC facilities is urgently needed. Unfortunately, many districts lack the funding needed to perform such maintenance. The 2021 school facilities survey found that while 74% of facilities reported having a uniform inspection program in place, 33% of responding boards of education lack the funding to carry out IAQ programs adopted by the district. Nearly 3/4 of the responding boards responded that they had a formal plan in place for HVAC maintenance, but only 51% of them actually planned and funded routine balancing and or commissioning of their HVAC systems. According to DAS, this indicates a significant gap in complete maintenance of HVAC systems. And so last year, you all passed Public Act 22-118, established the school HVAC grant program to support local boards of education. It included $75 million in bonds to reimburse BOEs. DAS received approximately 160 requests during the first round of that grant program. The first $150 million was a critical step towards improving air quality in our schools. But there's obviously more work to be done. We strongly support Senate Bill 980, increasing the bonding allocation for school HVAC grant programs from $75 million to $375 million. These are essential funds, and they'll go a long way towards improving the quality of our indoor environments and protecting the health of students and staff alike. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on this important funding proposal.
Thank you, Louis. Questions? Seeing none. Sean Geo.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Sean Geo.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Ranking Members Martin and Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Sean Geo. I'm Policy Director of the Partnership for Strong Communities. I'm testifying regarding SB 980 and in support of its proposed new bond authorizations for the state's Housing Trust Fund, funded at $200 million in both fiscal years, and the Flexible Housing Fund at $100 million in each fiscal year. Just doubling of state investments in these funds from the previous budget and a step forward in addressing our affordable housing shortage. These state investments are critical to preserving and increasing the supply of affordable housing that the market cannot produce without government support. The deepest need for housing in Connecticut, though, is among the more than 200,000 renter households earning less than 50% of median income. That's about 64,000 for a family of four. If targeted to these households, these investments could support more than 2,000 additional homes. Affordable housing investments are an investment in Connecticut's economy. They create jobs, increase household income, generate new tax revenue. For every dollar we invest in affordable housing construction, we see a return of $4.57. The governor's $600 million housing proposal also includes $100 million in each year of the biennium to create workforce housing for households earning between 60% and 120% of the area median income. Addressing Connecticut's broad housing shortage will require diverse and multi-pronged solutions. However, our state affordable housing investment should be focused predominantly on responding to the needs of our lowest income renters. With the rates of homelessness increasing since the pandemic, ensuring that those who are at the highest risk of housing instability or homelessness have access to safe and stable housing must be our top priority. Workforce housing policies that set limits of area median income at 60% and above exclude a large portion of working families. A workhouse housing home set at 60% median income levels, about 80,000 annually in the Stamford area, or about 54,000 for the Hartford area, would be well out of reach for many working households. A single adult with one child working full-time at a minimum wage job, for example, makes approximately $31,000 and can afford a rent of no more than $780 a month.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Efforts to target housing investments for higher income workers ignore Connecticut's true low-wage workforce and their housing needs. Lower wage workers must be explicitly included in the definition of workforce, as their contributions to their communities are essential, as are their housing needs. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony.
Thank you, Sean. Seeing no hands.
Thank you.
I'm going to do my best on the next one. Mike? Van Laderen.
Excellent.
Mike, close?
Very close. I never realized what a good icebreaker my last name is. It kind of brings us all together. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm here to speak in support of SB 980 and supporting Section 13, which would provide $25 million for grants and aid in each of the biennium for the nonprofit grants program. And I know a lot of my colleagues across the state have already spoken to this particular issue, and there haven't been any questions to date so far this morning. So I'm hoping that's a good sign. But just to give you a quick backdrop, I work for Reliance Health in Eastern Connecticut. I've worked here for over 30 years. We have 250 staff serving over 1,200 folks in 18 different sites. Our primary funding sources are the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services and the Department of Disability Services. Our 18 sites are scattered across 8 communities all throughout Eastern Connecticut, and we're an economic driver for the communities we're in. We hire local contractors, HVAC repair. Our vehicles are serviced by local repair shops. We buy heating oil from local vendors. Our staff dine locally, grocery shop locally. Any money that's invested in our agency and agencies like ours is recycled back into the community dollar for dollar in a multitude of ways. We haven't been able to make needed repairs that have been put off for many, many years to our buildings and to our infrastructure. Just as a quick recap, over the last 15 years, beginning in 2007, nonprofit agencies saw flat funding for a solid decade. In 2017, we were asked to cut 5% of our budget. We haven't seen any of that reinstated back. Last year, we were granted a 4% increase, which we were grateful for, but it was only across certain line items and nothing was targeted for infrastructure or capital improvements. Every opportunity, no matter how small, to make an investment in our infrastructure is an investment in our communities. And we're grateful for the opportunity to make our communities better places and make the buildings that our staff work in and the members that we serve get their services from better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Seeing no hands. Thank you, sir. Rebecca Washington.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Honorable chairs and members of the Committee on Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. My name is Rebecca Washington. I am a recovery assistant at Gilead Community Services in Middletown, Connecticut, and will be receiving my master's degree from the University of Connecticut School of Social Work this May. I would like to comment on my support of Raised Bill 6925, Subdivision 128. Over the past 3 years, I have experienced the COVID-19 pandemic in multiple environments as both a social worker and service member. When I first heard about COVID-19, I was on my first deployment with the Connecticut Army National Guard and did not know what to expect when I came home. Once returning to work at Gilead in 2020, our clients in the community were advised to stay inside and isolate. Being a case manager at the time, I was called upon to assist our assertive community team because they too had to isolate due to being exposed and testing positive. I was charged with leading a team of 3 to 4 people over 14 days to care for nearly 80 clients located all over Middletown. They needed their medication delivered and supervised daily, needed food, assistance getting to laundry facilities and food pantries, and above all, someone to look at them and tell them it was going to be okay. After doing this for an 8 to 10 hour shift, I went home, showered, changed my clothes, and went to my regular position at a group home with the same agency. I still work for this agency and, like many others, have become an expert in PPE donning and doffing, guiding people through COVID testing and taking all precautions to keep a clean environment and 6-foot distance as often as possible. The amount of personal protective equipment that I have used within my group homes and in another job at a nursing home is extensive. As you are well aware, the equipment needed to save lives and prevent the spread of disease includes face coverings, shields and barriers, shoe and hair coverings and gloves, items needed to disinfect surfaces, and ourselves, like sprays, wipes, soaps, and hand sanitizers, are all essential items in healthcare settings and other settings where people come into close contact. I am in support of subdivision 128 because the current state of our economy has never recovered fully from the supply chain disruptions, rush order on supplies, and demand shock of PPE needed in these settings. I am proud to be a part of an agency that is truly client-centered and has taken every precaution to ensure the safety of our clients and staff. People like me who have worked in close contact with the public, providing essential services at the risk of our own health, need and deserve your support.
30
By
seconds.
exempting, thank you, by exempting the sales tax incurred on the rising cost per item, we are taking a step in making these items more accessible to the agencies and workers who need them. We are striving towards making single-use items truly single-use and ensuring the safety of the people we are protecting. Lastly, Raise Bill 6926 has language that expresses the words husband and wife 6 times throughout the bill. And I would just like to advocate that in 2023, we should be more inclusive in our laws due to a diverse population of people who have the right to marriage and deserve the same protections as heterosexual marriages. I'm grateful to share my story with you as a member of your community who has worked as an essential worker throughout the entire pandemic. I urge you to support this bill for people like me in the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Bruce Donald.
Thank you. Many thanks to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am Bruce Donald. I'm the Southern New England Manager for the East Coast Greenway Alliance. The most recently completed grant round of the Connecticut Recreational Trails Program was in fall 2021, had $3 million available, and received 65 applications requesting $22 million. Obviously, of course, I'm here in support of SB 980. That $3 million was granted to 20 projects, but another $11 million in worthy proposals were unable to be funded, showing a huge oversubscription and pent-up demand for this program. Thanks to your support, the current RFP has $9 million available for projects, has recently closed. We received 97 applications totaling over $29 million. This current bonding proposal from the governor increases the bond authorization to $32 million, with $5 million authorized in each of the next 2 years, extending this critical grant program into 2025. As the chairman of the Connecticut Greenways Council for the last 9 years, I can state that the high interest in grants statewide through this program supports this level of bonding at a minimum. The Greenways Council reviews all applications and vets these projects, ranks them, and submits our proposals for funding to DEEP. The program is unique as we are the only state that has its own recreational trails program in lieu of the federal one, but much better funded, and in fact, with much less red tape, I would add too. Importantly, these 80-20 matching grants are available for planning, design, construction, maintenance of recreational trails, but also educational programs and a wide variety of other uses for the grant program. So please ensure Connecticut will remain a trails leader by approving this significant investment in our quality of life. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Bruce. Seeing no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Breyer.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state. I support Section 13, which would provide $25 million in grants for aid each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. I am Wendy Breyer, Chief Financial Officer for Chrysalis Center, which is a behavioral nonprofit serving individuals across the state of Connecticut. Chrysalis serves individuals and families in Connecticut living in poverty, veterans, women and children, young adults, and individuals struggling with mental health, addiction, HIV/AIDS, and homelessness, as well as those returning from incarceration. Since 2013, the legislature has authorized at least $25 million for grant and aid in most fiscal years toward capital and infrastructure projects for nonprofit health and human service providers through the Office of Policy and Management's nonprofit grant program. However, the last 4 years, there have been no allocation by the State Bond Commission of previously authorized funding. Unprecedented inflation, a workforce crisis, and increasing demand for services continues to create tremendous operational and financial challenges for our organization, leaving limited dollars available for capital projects. Capital projects help lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. Community nonprofits have no other way to capitalize for these types of projects within their current state contracts. Chrysalis Center has been awarded multiple grants through the nonprofit grant program. These grants have allowed for desperately needed funds to address significant capital needs, including major renovations of handicap accessibility, roof replacement, brick repointing, parking lot repairs, and elevator restoration. We were also awarded a grant for the acquisition of a supportive housing project that allowed us to keep 21 homeless veterans in permanent housing. 3 years of COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the critical need for a reliable source of capital funding. Many nonprofits have had to access cash reserves or borrow to make technology improvements or to create telehealth systems, make physical plant changes, health and safety, or upgrade ventilation systems. Chrysalis, like many nonprofits in the state, greatly benefit from this program and believe this grant program is an appropriate use of bond funding as it creates benefits that are felt for many years, and it saves money for the state and nonprofits by helping them become more efficient. Please support Section 13 of SB 980, which would provide $25 million in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 for the nonprofit grant program. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Wendy. Jim Williams.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you to the leadership and members of the Finance Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jim Williams, and I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. With this testimony, I'll take the opportunity to provide comment on Senate Bills 980, an act authorizing and adjusting bonds of the state, and Senate Bill 981, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. For Senate Bill 980, we would like to make a bonding request to support the purchase, installation, and maintenance of water bottle filling stations in high-need Title I schools. The quality of existing school water infrastructure and water access tends to differ from newer to older schools and from rural to urban schools. This bonding will help to ensure that kids and staff will have access to free, clean drinking water while on school grounds. The amount that we're requesting is $5.5 million. The funding amounts are based on the best practices of at least one water bottle filling station per 200 occupants per specified school building. This bonding request would provide funding for the purchase, installment, and annual maintenance of water bottle filling stations in high-need schools. High-need schools are schools where at least 50% of children are eligible to receive free and reduced price meals, or the school participates in the CEP or universal free meals. High-need schools may also be defined by Title I schools. In Connecticut, there are 648 Title I schools, and this bonding would mean approximately $8,500 per Title I school. The second piece of legislation I wanted to comment on is Senate Bill 981. Connecticut has not spent funds on our state tobacco prevention and cessation program since fiscal year 2015. Last year, $12 million was appropriated, the funding for which will be available later this month. The governor's current proposal slashes this investment in half, appropriating a mere $6 million towards tobacco control. The CDC recommends that ideally Connecticut spend $32 million annually on tobacco control. We urge the governor and legislature to at least refund this important but woefully neglected program with a minimal annual investment of $22.7 million, which is the minimum CDC recommended amount for Connecticut. Keep in mind that the governor has projected that Connecticut will receive $262 million in tobacco sales revenue and an additional $112 million for the 1998 Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement and FY 24-25 for a combined total of $374 million. At this point, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have either now or anytime later.
Questions for Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Carrie Dyer.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 980, specifically Section 13, which provides $25 million for grants and aid in each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. My name is Carrie Dyer. I am the CEO of Reliance Health. You just recently heard from our COO, Mike Van Vlanderen. I will try to add detail to what he has very thoroughly covered. As he mentioned, we are a nonprofit entity. We serve the mental health needs of Eastern Connecticut. We proudly serve this region for over 47 years. And as he mentioned, we have 18 physical locations. 16 of those provide housing to people throughout this region of the state. And recently, we did receive funding increases. We've been greatly appreciative of that. It really recognizes and values the work that we do and our staff who provide that work throughout this recent pandemic as an ongoing service. The history, though, is that we've been chronically and persistently underfunded by the state of Connecticut. Our services are designed to be subcontracted for the state to provide everyone the best service that can be offered. Our cost of living increases stopped in 2007, and the funding was static for 10 years. If you can imagine keeping your budget from 2007 and maintaining all of the costs for gas, food, insurance, your electronics, it's nearly impossible. And then in 2017, our budgets were cut by 5% and then stayed at that level for an additional 4 years. We've had 2 recent budget increases, but those were restricted to wages. So again, our business and maintenance expenses were relying upon a pre-2007 budget. That happens to fall 32% behind inflation. I have included a graph in my written testimony to demonstrate the magnitude of that discrepancy. The nonprofit grant program provides an opportunity for organizations like ours to identify necessary facility updates, maintenance priorities, technological upgrades, and equipment needs to address the chronically deferred areas for safety and efficiency. Please match our unwavering dedication to the people of Connecticut by allocating the resources necessary to restore, reinforce, and sustain the safety net that is the private nonprofit sector. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Marie Paulus.
Good afternoon, Representative Horn and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Marie Paulus, and I'm the Director of the Dental Hygiene Program at the University of New Haven. We would like to make a bonding request as we build a 36-chair dental facility at the university. We currently have a 30-year-old 18-chair dental facility where our dental hygiene students and faculty provide preventative services primarily to the local West Haven and New Haven communities. In particular, we serve the medically and dentally underserved populations and those on Medicaid who often have difficulty finding dental providers. We are currently booked through the end of this semester and already have a waiting list of patients for next fall. We not only seek to double our capacity to serve existing patients, but also to start the first dental therapy program in the Northeast, which would be a big draw for STEM students and for qualified new healthcare workforce to both come to and stay in Connecticut. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the dental therapist, it is a provider in dentistry similar to a physician assistant in medicine who is a dental hygienist with a master's degree who can do more than a dental hygienist, but not as much as a dentist, and can work in public health settings like schools, clinics, offices that see Medicaid patients, federally qualified healthcare clinics, and the like. We are in the process of performing building siting studies and advanced conceptual design work for a 36-chair dental therapy facility. We anticipate the total cost of our project to be in the range of 10 to 12 million, but we are seeking funding in the range of 3.2 million for phase 1 of our project, which would include all the dental equipment that we would need. Inclusive of the 36-chair clinical space will be the required support and teaching space needed for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Questions? Thank you. Helen Bosch.
Thank you. Yep, Helen Bosch.
Thank you.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. I'm Helen Bosch, and I'm CEO of Vista Life Innovations, a nonprofit organization that creates a path to independence for adults with a range of neurodiverse disabilities. We're located along the shoreline of Connecticut from Pawcatuck to Madison, serving more than 200 individuals, many of whom receive state funding for services. They represent 60 different towns in Connecticut, and they move to the Vista area to learn to work, be included in our local towns, and live full and productive lives. I'd like to ask for support for Senate Bill 980, an act authorizing adjusting bonds of the state. This funding, in general, represents a lifeline for those who provide essential services to our state's most vulnerable. State funding for services does not provide needed revenue for capital expenses. Funding, as outlined in this bill, does. Vista is requesting, in addition to this bill, for $500,000 in state bond funds to renovate a portion of our historic Captain Joseph Spencer House in our Westbrook campus. It's the hub of our independent living and employment training, and the place where many young adults with disabilities begin their pathhood to adulthood. The repairs would involve replacing a wraparound porch that is currently in extremely poor condition and unsafe in several areas. A porch just doesn't seem important on the face of it, but this porch represents training and counseling space and is also the central thoroughfare in and out of the building and the only way that adults can enter and exit in an emergency. And it's long, 1,200 square feet, wrapping around 3 sides of the building. It's deemed historic by the State Historic Preservation Office, making renovations really complex and costly. The final estimate being greater than $660,000 because we can't patch the porch due to its historic status. Instead, the rebuild has to be done by a company approved by State Historic Preservation Office, using much of the original material and having an archaeologist oversee the project. Vista prides itself on honoring the historical traditions and buildings that are scattered throughout Connecticut, but we're caught between being good citizens of our heritage and ensuring the well-being of adults with disabilities. This is committed to providing any funds needed above the $500,000 to successfully complete the project and has sought multiple grants for this purpose. We need the support of the committee to understand that the seemingly small project has huge implications for the town, the shoreline, and our adults with disabilities. Happy to provide you with any additional information, and if you want a picture of the building, I included it in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Have you spoken to the members of the bonding subcommittee?
Which bonding subcommittee? I don't think so. We have a state senator, Norm Needleman, is the individual who has submitted this to the bond commission in the past, and we're working with all of our delegation they've all put in support for it, and so we'd be happy to reach out to whoever we need to be able to kind of further this project along.
I suggest that you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Needleman can certainly give you guidance in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bosch? Seeing none. Susan Brosu.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Susan Brusso. I am the Chief Financial Officer of Edelbrook. Edelbrook provides schools and residences for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. We serve individuals with the highest level of need in the state and employ over 600 people. I'm a CPA with over 35 years of experience working with both for-profit and nonprofit businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in SB 980. As you probably already guessed, I'm in favor of that. Since 2013, the legislature has authorized at least $25 million for grant and aid for capital and infrastructure projects. However, for the past 4 years, there's been no allocation by the Bond Commission. The reason why this program is necessary is that nonprofit agencies like Edelbrook have for many years been under a cost settlement requirement whereby only our annual operating expenses were covered by the state contract with no COLA, and no reserves were allowed to be maintained for liquidity and capital improvement planning, including technology investments. So there really wasn't a way for us to buy this type of thing. Technology investments are critical to operate efficiently, particularly in a Medicaid audit environment, which many of the people you've heard today testify are in that environment. Agencies like Edelbrook have relied on this grant program to purchase technology and capital improvements that would not have been possible otherwise due to the cost settlement that have kept us in a perpetual cash shortage crisis mode. Capital projects are necessary for any business to operate, whether for-profit or not-for-profit. It doesn't really make a difference. At Edelbrook, our group homes are intended to be the forever homes for the severely disabled individuals who live there, and maintaining these homes properly and keeping them in good repair allows our residents to live with comfort and dignity. Buildings require significant repairs, vehicles must be purchased, and investments must be made in infrastructure for technology. It's difficult for us to request funding for these types of projects when the current state contracts, I'm not going to go into it because I don't have time, but it's a very, very complicated process. And the answer is frequently no. We just don't have that kind of reserves after no cost settlement. At Edelbrook in 2017, we used the nonprofit grant program to invest in an electronic health record, which we continue to use to this day. The system allows us to maintain our records at the level that is demanded by our participation in Medicaid waiver programs. Got to underline that. Previously, we had a Medicaid audit for years where the data was out of necessity, kept on paper records prior to the implementation of EHR. We would still probably be using paper records and under continued audit risk, if not for the nonprofit grant program. I'm very appreciative of your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Questions? You are free to go.
Thank you.
Ruth Canovi,
Great. Hi.
what's your last name?
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ruth Canovi. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding SB 981 and concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. We're extremely disheartened by the governor's proposal to cut the $12 million annual investment in the state tobacco control program in half for the next 2 years before the money that you and the General Assembly allocated last year is even available to be spent. I spoke with the Appropriations Committee last month about the need for a strong and sustainable investment in the state tobacco control program, but this critical work needs to happen within the transfer from the Tobacco Settlement Fund to the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund under the auspices of this committee. Even in 2023, tobacco use impacts too many. It remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in the country. It costs Connecticut more than $2 billion every year. And this statistic always gets me. In 2021, the National Youth Tobacco Survey data found that 60.2% of students in the US who currently use tobacco products had made a quit attempt. Kids know they're hooked and they really want help. Last year, the General Assembly made a commitment to provide $12 million annually to the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund. And this was a historic win for the public health in Connecticut. However, we were concerned that reintroducing past language would allow history to repeat itself, as this fund was swept, cut, reduced, or redirected more than 80 times over the last 20 years. This proposed 50% reduction in funds for the next 2 years just reinforces this sincere concern. The investment to prevent young people from getting hooked on nicotine and helping those who are to quit, in addition to saving lives, actually does save money. A study conducted by the University of North Carolina concluded that when Connecticut was actually funding these programs, the state saved $2.48 for every dollar invested in current tobacco control programs. Because we're already seeing this cut before the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund appointments have been fulfilled and the money is available to invest, we clearly need to strongly advocate for robust and sustainable funding. As you've heard, the CDC's recommended level of funding is $32 million annually. But in those best practices, they also include what they deem to be a minimum level of funding for Connecticut, which is $22.7 million annually. And at this point, we're asking for a commitment to these CDC recommended levels. We want to let Connecticut get these crucial programs off the ground and allow for the excellent community organizations in our state to plan for and implement sustainable work. We strongly encourage you to invest the CDC recommended minimum, which is about 6% of the almost $400 million in tobacco-related tax revenue and master settlement agreement funds Connecticut receives every year, just to help offset the millions of dollars the tobacco industry is spending on hooking this new generation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ruth. Questions for Ms. Kenovi? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Hold on, Ruth. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. I apologize for the late question. Thank you, Chair Fonfara. Ruth, do you know, do other states spend their full allocation of these funds from the tobacco settlement on cessation, or what amount? I mean, is Connecticut par for the course in that it gets typically sucked into the general fund? Or I believe when Secretary Beckham was here, he said, well, it goes to offset the increased medical costs as a result of tobacco use. I wondered if you might be able to weigh in on that.
Yeah, and I can get you the full numbers because I know the Lung Association tracks that, but we certainly don't see states spending the full amount. But historically, Connecticut has been kind of at the bottom when we were spending zero. And that was a really frustrating point when I would say, you know, we're first in the country, or now we're tied for second in the country for the highest tobacco tax in the state or in the country, but we were dead last when we were investing $0. And so we are not, you know, $12 million as we had last year. Again, we were saying that that was a great place to start, and we want to work towards those CDC numbers. And I can follow up with you on the actual number. I know it's not a majority of the states are getting at that CDC recommended, especially the highest number, but I'll follow up with you.
I'm curious to know how they, you know, are they typically doing half? Where obviously Connecticut's at the bottom at the moment, but I'd be curious to see what other states do, and any information you could share on that would be great.
Great. I'll definitely follow up with you. I want to say offhand, I'm thinking it's around the 40-50% range is sometimes what we're seeing, but I'll follow up with you for sure.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much. And unless our committee administrator says otherwise, I believe we have exhausted this lengthy list today. Correct? And therefore, unless there's objection, Madam Chair, we are adjourned.